Chapter 1852. Blood continuously flowed from his body. Gu Xingdao was horrified. He wanted to let go, but he was bound by a power and could not move. He could only endure Chu Mu's power. His internal organs were all shattered, his bones shattered, and his tendons snapped. With a light flick of his finger, Gu Xingdao's body and words flew back at an extremely fast speed, crashing into the group of evil Dragon Hall disciples. A terrifying power exploded from Gu Xingdao's body. With a rumble, Gu Xingdao's body exploded. The terrifying power transformed into fine sword qi. It was incomparably sharp and unstoppable. It pierced through everything and instantly covered a radius of several thousand meters. None of the evil Dragon Hall disciples were spared. All of them were pierced, torn apart, and had their Yuan spirits shattered. Gu Xingdao's spatial ring flew up and landed in Chu Mu's hand. With just one attack, the evil Dragon Hall had suffered disastrous losses. Demon, you are a demon. The evil Dragon Hall elder, who was still alive, pointed at Chu Mu with a trembling finger, his face filled with fear. Chu Mu's expression didn't change in the slightest. He ignored the broken limbs and the blood on the ground and walked step by step into the evil Dragon Palace. His goal this time was to deal with the evil Dragon Hall. Hence, he did not show any mercy. The evil Dragon Hall disciples who were still alive did not dare to charge forward and attack Chu Mu. Instead, they were so frightened that their legs went soft and their bodies trembled. Fear was like a virus wreaking havoc in their minds. Chu Mu did not attack to kill them. A group of weak cultivators who were scared out of their wits would have limited achievements in the future. Chu Mu was like a heart demon that filled their minds. Even if one or two of them were able to obtain a fortuitous encounter in the future and become stronger, they would not be able to face Chu Mu. Step by step, Chu Mu arrived in front of the evil Dragon Hall's second elder. Looking down from above, it was as if a shadow had enveloped him. Where are the evil Dragon Hall's treasures? Chu Mu's tone was very calm. Fear continued to corrode the second elder's mind. His trembling lips could not help but close like a dying fish. Speak. Chu Mu's tone was as calm as ever, but the second elder's body couldn't help but tremble. In his fear, he seemed to have regained some of his consciousness. In the treasury, the second elder said with a trembling voice, "Lead the way." His calm eyes caused the second elder to be unable to suppress the fear in his heart. It continued to erode away. He struggled to stand up, his body swaying as he led the way. From time to time, thoughts of hatred, revenge, and attacking Chu Mu would emerge in his heart. However, every time he thought about it, the thought would be eroded away by fear. Shakily, he led Chu Mu into the evil Dragon Palace's great hall. Then, they passed by the great hall and headed for the treasury. The key to the treasury was in Gu Xingdao's hands. The true ruler of the entire evil Dragon Hall was actually the first palace master, Gu Xingdao. The door to the treasury opened. Chu Mu looked around, then walked in and began to loot. As a powerful faction, second only to the 5 city lord manors, the treasury of the evil Dragon Hall naturally had a decent collection. Cultivation methods, pills, swords, spiritual herbs, and so on. Chu Mu did not let go of any of them. Although most of the things were useless to him, he could bring them with him. When he returned to the deep blue world, he could bring them to the true sword sect to fill up the treasury and increase the cultivation resources of the true sword sect. After looting the treasury clean, Chu Mu swiped his finger and killed the second elder, grabbing his primordial spirit. At this moment, powerful auras descended, instantly locking onto Chu Mu. Every aura carried a shocking killing intent. The dense killing intent was like a volcano that had been dormant for thousands of years erupting. It was incomparably terrifying. There were a total of 3 such auras. Every one of them had reached the limit of the bright moon rank. Furthermore, the 3 auras could faintly combine and form a resonance. This resonance caused the 3 auras to continuously rise and strengthen. No matter who you are, you will die for daring to barge into my evil dragon hall and wreak havoc." A voice filled with boundless fury rang out. 3 figures appeared around Chu Mu at the same time, surrounding him. They were 3 old men with white hair and beards. As soon as they appeared, they showed no mercy and directly attacked with their swords. The great evil dragon's sword was unsheathed. Man and sword became one, directly transforming into 3 roaring evil dragons. They attacked ferociously from all angles. The 3 of them, combined, could be said to be perfect. With their strength at the limit of the Bright Moon rank and their cooperation in a battle formation, it was enough to contend with a Bright Yang rank sword saint. Chu Mu could not easily deal with such an opponent. He summoned the Blaze Spirit Sword. Using the Ghost Dragon Perplexing Steps, he was able to advance and retreat freely under the encirclement of the 3 evil dragons. His movements were unpredictable and difficult to grasp. The Blaze Spirit Sword glowed with an intense red sword light, shooting out rays of light like the sun. As soon as Chu Mu made his move, the remaining elders of the Evil Dragon Hall were all shocked beyond belief. This person, at such a young age, actually possessed strength comparable to the 3 of them combined. Didn't that mean that this person's strength had already reached the level of a Bright Yang rank sword saint? They could not understand why the Evil Dragon Hall would make an enemy of such a person. As the 3 remaining senior elders of the Evil Dragon Hall, each of them had lived for several thousand years and knew a lot of things. It wasn't that there weren't any Bright Yang sword saints, but there were very, very few of them. Among the 5 great city lords' manors, there were only 1 or 2. Any Bright Yang sword saint was an incomparably terrifying existence. They were super powerhouses, second only to the 7 kings. The 7 kings were one of the reasons why the 5 city lords' manors were able to stand for so many years. Another reason was the presence of those Bright Yang sword saints. It was too late to say anything now. This young expert with the strength of a Bright Yang rank sword saint had slaughtered his way into the Evil Dragon Hall. He had slaughtered the Evil Dragon Hall's first hall master, elders and many disciples, and plundered the Evil Dragon Hall's treasury. The enmity between him and the Evil Dragon Hall could not be washed away. It could only be resolved with blood and death. No matter what, the 3 of them had to do their best to kill Chu Mu and revive the Evil Dragon Hall. With the 3 of them, reviving the Evil Dragon Hall would not be a difficult matter. The 3 veteran Peak Bright Moon rank experts teamed up to deal with Chu Mu. The strength of a Bright Yang rank forced Chu Mu to focus on the battle. The journey from Sin Yen City to the 5 cities took a total of 5 years. During this period of time, Chu Mu spent all his time cultivating and comprehending. He did not fight at all. He knew that his strength had increased tremendously. He was at least a Bright Yang rank sword saint. However, he did not know exactly how strong he was because he lacked opponents strong enough to act as a reference. The time he killed the sword demon sect's disciple could not be considered as fighting at all. The difference in strength between them was simply too great. It was indescribable. It could not even be considered a warm-up. It was like casually squashing an ant. The combined battle formation of the 3 evil Dragon Palace elders gave Chu Mu sufficient pressure. However, that was all there was to it. No matter how the 3 of them attacked, they could not break through Chu Mu's defense. Every time Chu Mu counterattacked, they would be exhausted. This was the difference in strength. Use the evil dragon transformation, Chu Mu said. Arrogant. Even so, the 3 grand elders of the Evil Dragon Palace also began to use the Evil Dragon transformation. As grand elders, they were once palace masters and great elders of the Evil Dragon Palace, so they naturally cultivated the complete Evil Dragon transformation. The spiritual swords entered their bodies, and they instantly used the Evil Dragon transformation. Soon, an even more powerful aura swept out from their bodies. It was like a storm that wreaked havoc in all directions. The strength of the 3 elders increased by more than 10 times. Even the battle formation they set up was increased by more than 10 times. With their strength increased by 10 times, Chumu began to feel the true pressure. This pressure made Chumu excited. Only a powerful opponent could test his strength. After an intense battle, the evil Dragon Hall elders under the evil dragon transformation could not do anything to Chumu. Even if they used sword techniques that were even more powerful than the great evil dragon sword, it was useless. If this is your strength, then it's a pity. Chumu's calm voice suddenly rang out. The evil dragon palace's 3 senior elders were incomparably shocked. They had already used all of their strength, yet they were still unable to do anything to the other party. Soon after, as Chumu's voice rang out, an extreme sense of danger emerged. Waning moon. A waning moon had suddenly appeared in the sky at an unknown time. A faint white light shone down, directly imprisoning the space under the light. Everything stopped moving. The 3 elders of the evil dragon hall could still think. Their consciousness was still there. Because of this, they were shocked. They could think, but they lost control of their bodies. They could not move. They erupted with power and broke free of this imprisonment. However, it was already too late. As if night had covered the sky, a meteor appeared and fell from the sky. Although it was just a meteor, it made them feel as if it was attacking the 3 of them at the same time. Indeed, after that meteor fell, it split into 3 and shot towards the 3 of them. This sword strike was the 15th strike of the 13 meteor strikes. However, after Chumu's modification, it could split into 3. The might of each strike was extremely shocking and tyrannical. Under the evil dragon transformation, the 3 elders of the evil dragon hall, whose defenses had increased greatly, could not block Chumu's sword strike. Their bodies were pierced. As the waning moon fell, its dazzling light seemed to shine into the hearts of the 3 elders, cutting open their already injured bodies. The 3 elders of the evil dragon hall were dead. At this point, the evil dragon hall only existed in name. Chumu stretched out his hand and grabbed at the air. He directly took the evil dragon swords and spatial rings of the 3 elders and put them away. These 3 evil dragon swords had been nurtured by the 3 elders. They were all medial grade spirit swords. The evil dragon souls contained in them were even stronger and more valuable. Chapter 1853. With a glance, he saw that the evil dragon palace had collapsed everywhere. It was a scene of devastation caused by the shock waves of the intense battle. His divine sense swept out in all directions, completely enveloping the entire evil dragon hall. However, he did not find any more hidden places. The evil dragon palace's evil dragon souls were self-produced. In other words, there was a place in the evil dragon palace where evil dragons were raised. It was probably very hidden, and Chumu couldn't find it. Perhaps only the evil dragon palace's grand elders and first palace master knew about it. However, they had already become souls under Chumu's sword. Their consciousnesses were destroyed, and Chumu could only leave regretfully. But overall, his harvest was not small. At least, he obtained many years of cultivation resources from the evil dragon palace, a low-grade evil dragon spirit sword, 3 mid-grade evil dragon spirit swords, the evil dragon palace's first palace master, Gu Xingdao's spatial ring, and the spatial rings of 3 peak bright moon grand elders. In other words, not only did Chumu take revenge and eliminate the evil dragon palace, but he also returned with a bountiful harvest. With a flash of his body, Chumu instantly disappeared and left the evil dragon palace. After a period of time, 2 figures quickly arrived outside the evil dragon palace from afar. Wasn't the evil dragon palace sealed? No, someone said that the evil dragon palace's sealing formation was broken. These 2 were the experts of Zhan Long Manor. Not long ago, they sensed an unusual fluctuation and rushed over to check. They didn't expect to find that the evil dragon palace's sealing formation had been broken. The 2 looked at each other and quickly entered the evil dragon palace. Their expressions changed drastically. Corpses were everywhere, and blood flowed like a river. The ground was shattered and the palace collapsed. The scene of devastation was shocking. It was as if a great battle had taken place. No, not a great battle, but a one-sided massacre. The two quickly checked and found that there was not a single survivor. This is Gu Xingdao. Who are these three? When they arrived in front of the corpses of the three evil Dragon Palace's grand elders and sensed the remnant auras in the corpses, they knew that these three people were very powerful and terrifying when they were alive. They were definitely bright moon elites. Gu Xingdao's strength is close to the peak of the bright moon realm. Judging from the auras left behind by these three strangers, their strength shouldn't be below Gu Xingdao's. Who could have killed all of them? I didn't expect the evil Dragon Palace to have three hidden bright moon elites. If they were the hidden experts of the evil Dragon Palace, then it's very likely that they were at the level of the evil Dragon Palace's elders. They must have mastered the evil dragon transformation, and their strength must have increased tenfold. Yet they were still killed under such circumstances. Then, what level of strength did the one who killed them reach? Could it be? The expressions of the two experts from the Zhanlong mansion kept changing. In the end, they became extremely solemn. They did not mention whether the person who killed his way into the evil Dragon Palace was one person or a group of people, because from the aura left behind, it could be determined that there was only one person. With the strength of one person, he broke through the evil Dragon Palace's ceiling formation, killed his way into the evil Dragon Palace, killed 4 bright moon elites of the evil Dragon Palace, and slaughtered countless disciples. Such a person's strength definitely surpassed the peak of the bright moon realm. There was only one possibility, a bright sun sword saint. As for experts at the level of the 7 kings, they didn't even dare to think about it. Every bright sun sword saint was incomparably precious. In the entire 5 cities, only the 5 city lord mansions had bright sun sword saints. No, there was one more now, and that was the sword demon sect master, Sword Star Fengwui. Thinking of this, the 2 experts' expressions changed greatly. Could it be that the person who did it was Sword Demon Fengwui? Compared to Sword Star Fengwui, many people preferred to call him Sword Demon. It's possible that the origin spirit of the expert didn't disperse naturally, but was captured. In conclusion, the person who destroyed the evil Dragon Palace was believed to be Fengwui, because, apart from the 5 city lord mansions, there was only one bright sun, sword saint outside. This was a huge matter. The 2 experts from the Zhanlong Manor quickly left and returned to the Zhanlong Manor to report this matter. Paper couldn't wrap fire. Even though the Zhanlong Manor didn't want this news to spread, they were still a step too late. The news of the evil Dragon Palace being destroyed spread like a violent storm, quickly spreading to the 5 cities and many camps, instantly causing a huge commotion. At the same time, most of the blame was pointed at Sword Demon Fengwui, believing that it was done by Sword Demon. Instantly, many forces felt threatened by the annihilation of the evil Dragon Palace. Originally, the Sword Demon sect was very powerful, but they didn't dare to directly challenge the 5 city lord mansions. Therefore, even if the Sword Demon sect entered the 5 cities, they didn't dare to cause trouble. Now, the huge evil Dragon Palace was actually destroyed in the Zhanlong city, and the culprit was suspected to be Sword Demon Fengwui. Many forces in the 5 cities couldn't help but tremble in fear. In an instant, the Zhanlong Manor's prestige was greatly challenged. Following that, there was even more news that the Zhanlong Manor's bright young sword saint, Long Huan, had made his way to the Sword Demon sect. Although he didn't say why he had made his move, anyone with a brain could guess that he was definitely looking for trouble with Sword Demon Fengwui. If possible, he would directly kill Fengwui to restore the Zhanlong Manor's prestige. Not long after, another shocking news spread. The Zhanlong Manor's bright young sword saint, Long Huan, had escaped from the Sword Demon sect with injuries. After quickly returning to the Zhanlong Manor, he immediately went into seclusion and no news spread. As for the Sword Demon sect, there were people who saw Sword Demon Feng Wui appear, seemingly unharmed. As soon as this news spread, it immediately caused an even greater commotion. The Zhan Long Manor's prestige fell, while the Sword Demon sect's prestige skyrocketed. The other 4 city lord mansions all became vigilant. The strength of the 5 city lord mansions was about the same, and the strength of their experts was also about the same. Since the Zhan Long Manor's bright young sword saint, Long Huan, couldn't defeat Sword Demon Feng Wui, then even if the other 4 sword saints took action, they still wouldn't be able to win unless they joined hands. For a moment, the 5 city lord mansions fell silent, while the Sword Demon sect took the opportunity to expand, taking over several camps in one go. Their prestige was incomparably strong, and the limelight was unparalleled. When Chu Mu heard this news, he was immediately speechless. He didn't expect that Sword Demon Feng Wui would become the scapegoat for his annihilation of the evil Dragon Palace. However, seeing that Feng Wui didn't give any explanation, it seemed that he was happy to take the blame. Perhaps this would make the Sword Demon sect's prestige even stronger and help the Sword Demon sect's development even more. Chu Mu also wouldn't spread this kind of news, although if he wanted to, he could take out the evil dragon swords. Looks like I can only temporarily put aside the plan of using the evil dragon swords to trade. Chu Mu thought to himself. Originally, he had planned to use the evil dragon swords to trade with the Blood Massacre Hall for treasures that could refine the holy body. However, looking at the current situation, it wasn't very suitable. Chu Mu decided to wait a little longer as he stepped through the gates of Blood Massacre City. After destroying the evil Dragon Palace in the Zhanlong City, Chu Mu quickly left and rushed towards Blood Massacre City. After more than 5 years, he didn't know if the little maid Lin Biro was still in Blood Massacre City. If Chu Mu was worried about someone in the land of exile, then other than Gu Luankong, Yang Zhantian, and Lian Hongyan, it would be the little maid Lin Biro. Without encountering any obstructions, Chu Mu went straight to Long Yunkong's manor after stepping into Blood Slaughter City. Not long after, Chu Mu arrived outside the manor. Taking a deep breath, his slightly paused footsteps once again took large strides into the manor. Chu Mu didn't hide his aura. Therefore, the moment he stepped into the manor, he was immediately locked on by 2 sharp auras. These 2 auras had both reached the 9-star saint level, although they were only at the beginning of the 9-star saint level. Immediately, the 2 auras stiffened and then retracted. Words filled with excitement and surprise came out from their mouths. Young Master! Young Master! The Waning Moon Sword Saint and the Rock Sword Saint instantly rushed over, looking incomparably excited. Not bad. Both of you have broken through. Chu Mu smiled faintly. Back then, these 2 people who had surrendered under his sword and were forced to become his guards had almost exhausted their potential. If they didn't have any fortuitous encounters, it would be difficult for them to break through to the 9 heavenly layers in their lifetime. Now, after more than 5 years, they had broken through. In fact, meeting Chu Mu, becoming Chu Mu's guards, and receiving guidance from Chu Mu were their fortuitous encounters. After practicing sword skills for 5 years, they had found the opportunity to break through and steadily broke through to the 9-star saint level. Speaking of which, the Waning Moon Sword Saint and the Rock Sword Saint had already reached the limit of the 8-star saint level. It was natural for them to break through to the 9-star saint level. However, their potential was probably limited to this. At this moment, a figure appeared with a faint fragrance, like a lily of the valley. Young Master! Lin Biro rushed out of the room, indescribable excitement surging in her heart. For a moment, she couldn't say anything. Ever since the news of Chu Mu's death had spread, Lin Biro couldn't believe it and had been waiting for it. Now, the young master had finally returned. Chu Mu sensed that Lin Biro's qi was stronger than before. Her cultivation level had increased, and she had reached the peak of the sixth sky of Immemorial Realm. However, her chi wasn't very stable. It seemed like she had just broken through to the peak of the sixth sky of Immemorial Realm. In 5 years, with Lin Biro's talent, she had reached the peak of the sixth sky of Immemorial Realm from the early stage of the sixth sky of Immemorial Realm. Who knew how much effort she had put in to reach this step? Her desire to become stronger was evident. After a long while, Lin Biro's excitement calmed down. However, she was still very excited and happy. Her cheeks were flushed red. "Young master, I knew that you would be fine." After a long while, Lin Biro said a complete sentence. "I'm fine. After being swallowed into the spatial crack, I went to the edge of the land of exile. It took me a long time to come back." Chu Mu said very simply, "Come, let me see how your sword skills have improved in the past 5 years. Chapter 1854. Master Long Huan, are you still injured? Asked a bright moon sword saint from Zhanlong School. I'm not completely healed, but I'm almost there, said Long Huan. His face was still pale. His injuries weren't a big deal. He would recover in a few days, but the injuries to his primordial spirit couldn't be healed that easily. He said that he was almost there to reassure the other strong cultivators of Zhanlong School. He was considering whether or not he should go to Qing Sha School. Qing Sha School had done a lot of research on primordial spirits, and they knew more about the recovery of primordial spirits. Master Long Huan, the situation isn't good for Zhanlong School. The bright moon sword saint couldn't see the extent of Long Huan's injuries, but he had to say it. Our reputation has been affected, said Long Huan. Long Huan said indifferently, as expected. The sword demon Fengwei is indeed very strong, even stronger than me. His attacks can affect and even injure the primordial spirit. It's very frightening. You can't easily make him your enemy. Master Long Huan, what should we do now? If it were any other time, the decision would naturally be made by the house master. However, the dragon-slaying king had already left for many years, and there was no news of him. The strongest in the house were the bright young sword saints. There were 2 of them. One was Long Huan, and the other had been in seclusion for 1,000 years. Don't worry. Long Huan's voice was still calm. He didn't seem to be affected. In his opinion, the ups and downs of reputation were normal. Zhanlong School had been established for many years and had gone through countless storms. They had almost been destroyed in the worst case, but they had still managed to survive. Now it was just a test. As long as Zhanlong King was still alive, Zhanlong School would still have an unparalleled position. Their reputation had been affected, but it was only temporary. Similarly, the bright young sword saints of the other 4 prefectures had the same thoughts as Long Huan. Therefore, even though their prestige had been affected, even though the sword demon sect's prestige was like the sun in the sky, it was only temporary. It was like the moon in the water. As long as the 7 kings returned, the sword demon sect's strength would be like a bubble that would burst with a poke. Unless in the sword demon sect, a king-level powerhouse also appeared. However, after so many years, there had only been 7 king-level cultivators in the land of exile. They had passed down generations after generations, but the 8th king-level cultivator had never appeared. Was it a problem with cultivation resources, or was it a matter of cultivation talent? He didn't know, he couldn't guess. Maybe other than the 7 kings, no one else knew what was going on. Maybe even the 7 kings themselves didn't know. If one didn't become a king, one would still struggle at the bottom. Perhaps bright young sword saints like them could be said to be awe-inspiring, but the truth was that they had always been working hard to find an opportunity to break through to the king realm. It was just that it was impossible for them to do so, and they might even die in the process of breaking through. This was also the reason why bright young sword saints were so rare. Could the sword demon sect master, sword demon Fengwei, become a king? Clearly, in the eyes of the bright young sword saints of the 5 city Lord's Manors, this was an impossible matter. If they couldn't become kings, they would at most be at the Bright Yang realm, which was stronger than them. They wouldn't be able to affect the foundations of the 5 city lord manors and shake their ruling positions. Ha 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 ha. Is this demon transformation? I feel like my entire body is filled with power. In the Sword Demon sect, a high-level Saint Realm expert walked out of the demon transformation pool of the Sword Demon sect. Feeling the increase in power in his body, he immediately let out a hearty laugh. He was extremely happy and excited. To cultivators, there was nothing more exciting than an increase in cultivation and strength. And now, without any increase in cultivation, the Saint Realm expert Saint body was clearly strengthened, which brought about an increase in strength. This meant that with the same cultivation, their battle prowess would be even greater, and their potential would be even more shocking. As the prestige of the 5-city lord manors fell, the prestige of the Sword Demon sect soared. They were in the limelight and developed at an unprecedented speed. Originally, the Sword Demon sect only had 3 camps submit to them, but now they had 4 to 5 more camps submit to them. The more camps submitted to the Sword Demon sect, the greater the overall strength of the Sword Demon sect, and the wider their influence. From the various camps, the more outstanding cultivators were selected and given the right to enter the demon transformation pool. They would obtain the ability to transform into demons and obtain even greater power. It could be said that the demon transformation pool was an important foundation of the Sword Demon sect. It was the foundation of the Sword Demon sect's strength. Within the Sword Demon sect, the sect master of the Sword Demon sect, Feng Wui, asked condescendingly, "Have you still not found out who destroyed the evil Dragon Hall?" Reporting to sect master, "We haven't found out." The person below him replied very respectfully. This was not only a kind of reverence due to the difference in strength, but also a kind of reverence that came from the depths of one's soul. "Continue investigating," Feng Wui said. His voice was not as calm as a human's. "Yes," the subordinate replied respectfully, then turned and left. A bright young sword saint that doesn't belong to the 5-city lord manors. Who knows how delicious his origin spirit would be? Feng Wui sighed softly. His voice carried a kind of desire and greed. As a fierce demon of the secret realm who had taken over the body of a human, he had an extraordinary desire for origin spirits. It was something that could directly increase his strength. The 5 cities were in a state of panic, and the Sword Demon sect was boundlessly powerful. However, all of this had nothing to do with Chu Mu. After returning to the manor, Chu Mu stayed in the manor every day to cultivate. On the way back from Xin Yan City, his cultivation had successfully broken through from the peak of the 8th heavenly layer to the early stage of the 9th heavenly layer. Since then, with the help of the Dragon Origin Pill, his cultivation had been constantly improving. He was already close to the peak of the early stage of the 9th heavenly layer. Chu Mu estimated that within 3 years, he would be able to break through to the middle stage of the 9th heavenly layer. As for the cultivation of his saint body, when he left Xin Yan City, it was at the late stage of the 7th heavenly layer. On the way back, it had already refined all 20 saint blood lotus pills. His saint body's cultivation had broken through again, reaching the middle stage of the 8th heavenly layer. It seemed like a huge improvement. However, when he thought about it, the saint blood lotus pill was a very high-grade physique refining pill. It was a physique refining pill that was not inferior to the blood-slaughtering Hall's saint blood treasure blood. The black blood lotus seed was very rare. Apart from the black blood lotus seed, it also needed to be combined with other spiritual herbs. There were at least 10 kinds of spiritual herbs that were second only to the black blood lotus seed. Even if the 5 great cities wanted to gather all of them, it wouldn't be easy. Back then, the Tang family of Xin Yan City had gathered all of these spiritual herbs in order to repay Chu Mu for saving Tang Chinchua's life. It could be said that they had used up many years of savings. At the very least, they wouldn't be able to take out a second batch of spiritual herbs in the next few hundred years. The energy contained in each Saint Blood Lotus pill was very rich and shocking. In terms of pure energy, it had completely surpassed the Saint Blood Treasure Blood. Its value was immeasurable. After refining 20 Saint Blood Lotus pills, Chu Mu's Saint body broke through all the way from the late 7th class to the peak 7th class. After that, it broke through to the early 8th class, and then to the middle 8th class. However, even with the Saint Blood Lotus pills, it wouldn't be easy for Chu Mu to improve his saint body. Next, it would be even more difficult to refine the sacred body and upgrade it to a higher level. Now, 16 or 17 years had passed since he came to the land of exile. There were less than 13 years left. Chu Mu's goal was to improve his Yuan Qi cultivation to the peak of the 9th heavenly layer in less than 13 years. Then he would refine his saint body to the peak of the 9th heavenly layer. At present, the possibility of his Yuan Qi reaching the peak of the 9th heavenly layer was very high. However, the possibility of his saint body reaching the peak of the 9th heavenly layer wasn't high. It was much more difficult than Yuan Qi cultivation. Chu Mu didn't have the confidence to achieve it. He could only continue to look for better treasures, to refine his saint body. He planned to use the evil dragon swords of the evil dragon hall to make a deal with the blood slaughtering hall. After all, the inheritance of the blood slaughtering hall was directly related to the cultivation of his saint body. He meditated in the manner and examined the sword skills of the waning moon sword saint, the monolithic sword saint, and Lin Biruo. He discovered that their sword skills had improved a lot compared to 5 years ago. Lin Biruo had also worked hard on the sword skill that Chu Mu taught her. She was very familiar with it. Although she hadn't grasped the essence of it, she could already fully unleash the power of the sword skill. Time passed day by day. Chu Mu cultivated every day. With the dragon origin pill, he didn't need to be distracted in his sword cultivation. Thus, he could take out 4 more hours every day to comprehend sword skills and so on. Due to the lack of body refining treasures, it was almost impossible to make any progress in the cultivation of his saint body. It required a long period of time and wasn't that simple. Thus, Chu Mu, who was short on time, could only put it aside for the time being. As a result, he spent most of his time comprehending and cultivating sword skills. Sword skills covered a wide range of areas. Sword universe, basic sword skills, self-created sword styles, sword skills, sword realm, sword domain, and so on. During the 5 years on the way back, apart from the increase in his cultivation, Chu Mu's comprehension of the sword universe and sword universe had also deepened. His application of the various powers in his body had also deepened. The current him actually didn't know where the limits of his strength were. Even when he killed his way into the evil dragon hall and fought against the 3 evil dragon hall grand elders who had used the evil dragon transformation and set up a battle formation, he hadn't used his full strength. Although his opponents were powerful, the pressure they brought to him wasn't enough. Chu Mu longed to fight against an even more powerful opponent. In his heart, he had also set an opponent for himself, Sword Devil Feng Wui. However, the time wasn't right yet. It wasn't time for them to fight yet. Chu Mu wasn't in a hurry, because this battle would come sooner or later. Chapter 1855. The interior of the manor was like an independent little world. It was undisturbed by the outside world, and everything was peaceful. As the sword light flickered, circles of ripples spread out like ripples. They spread out layer by layer and swept out in all directions. Every ripple contained astonishing power, and as they spread out, they cut through everything in their path. The rippling sword was also known as the 8 rippling techniques. Lin Biruo had trained bitterly for many years, and under Chu Mu's personal guidance, she had finally grasped a sliver of its essence. Today was a year after Chu Mu returned to the manor in Bloodbath City. The changes in the outside world were great, but the effects on the 5 cities were only preliminary. The manors in the 5 cities were not much of a power, so they were not affected at all. Chu Mu and the others who stayed in the manors were naturally fine as well. However, Chu Mu did not let go of any news of the outside world. He had the waning moon sword saint and the monolithic sword saint pay close attention to all of it, to see just what kind of changes there were. The destruction of the evil dragon hall a year ago was believed to be the doing of the sect master of the sword demon sect, Feng Wui, which boosted his reputation. Afterwards, he defeated the bright young sword saint of the dragon-slaying manor, Long Huan, which made Feng Wui even more famous. For a moment, he suppressed the 5 city lord manors and entered a period of rapid development. More and more cultivators joined the sword demon sect, obtaining the ability to demonify through the demonification pool and obtaining greater strength. Powerful strength would make people intoxicated. After demonifying, they could devour yuan spirits to rapidly increase their own cultivation base. This made the disciples of the sword demon sect restless, and they went around killing people. In the various camps of the land of exile, there were bloody massacres after massacres. A portion of the sword demon sect's disciples were killed, but a portion of them devoured souls and became even more powerful. Overall, the sword demon sect's strength did not decrease at all. Instead, it increased. Camps after camps surrendered or were destroyed. Battles and massacres could be seen everywhere. The land of exiles became extremely chaotic. Outside the 5 cities, it was possible to encounter the disciples of the sword demon sect at any time and be surrounded and killed. As a result, in just a short year, large groups of cultivators had surged into the 5 cities, seeking the protection of the 5 city lord manors. In this year, the 5 city lord manors did not take the initiative to attack. They only had some small skirmishes with the sword demon sect. There was still no news of the 7 kings, and they still hadn't returned. The situation was becoming more and more intense. Brother Chu, Long Yunkong, strode into the manor and cupped his hands in greeting as soon as he saw Chu Mu. Brother Long, you've made a breakthrough in your cultivation base and become even stronger, said Chu Mu with a smile. Half a year ago, Long Yunkong came to the manor and saw Chu Mu. He was very happy that Chu Mu was still alive. After all, he treated Chu Mu as a good friend. In the past 5 years, Long Yunkong's cultivation level had increased a lot. He had reached the peak of the 7th sky of Immemorial Realm. Half a year ago, he had been cultivating in seclusion in the 3 sacred sects, trying to break through to the next level. Now his chi was at the early 8th sky of Immemorial Realm. No matter how hard I try, I won't be able to catch up to Brother Chu. Long Yunkong laughed. It was a fact, but also a joke. He had already given up the thought of comparing himself with Chu Mu. Otherwise, it would only be very tiring. When he first met Chu Mu, he was at the early 7th sky of Immemorial Realm, while Chu Mu was at the early 4th sky of Immemorial Realm. Now he was at the early 8th sky of Immemorial Realm, while Chu Mu was at the early 9th sky of Immemorial Realm. How could they compare? After chatting for a while, Long Yunkong unsheathed his sword and began to compare sword skills with Chu Mu. This was a routine every time he came to the manor. As a genius, Long Yunkong had decent talent, whether it was in cultivation or sword techniques. Because he often exchanged sword techniques with Chu Mu, his sword techniques were constantly improving. Now his attainments were even more profound, surpassing geniuses of the same level and reaching an even higher level. In the sharpness of the sword light, there was a change. It seemed simple, but was actually intricate and complicated. It was hard to grasp. It was enough to defeat a normal 8-star Saint rank initial stage expert in one strike. However, in Chu Mu's eyes, it was still not enough. No matter how long Yunkong used it, he was unable to harm Chu Mu at all. All the trajectories and even the flaws were clearly displayed in Chu Mu's eyes. All of this came from the obvious gap between their sword skills. Brother Chu, I've learned a new sword skill. It's one of the secret sword skills of the 3 saint sects. It's called Human Saint True Image Sword. Long Yunkong's continuous attacks couldn't do anything to Chu Mu. Although he was shocked, he didn't feel dispirited because this was normal. Shortly after, he retracted his sword and stood upright, pointing it towards the sky like an incense stick. His expression was solemn as he said in a serious tone, "Please teach me." "Please." Chu Mu stared at Long Yun-kong and immediately felt that Long Yun-kong's aura had undergone a miraculous change. Originally, Long Yun-kong's aura was like a white cloud floating in the sky, but now it became more dignified and surrounded his body. It was as if the floating white clouds in the sky were frozen in an instant. Vaguely, there was the aura of a saint. Human Saint True Image Sword. This was one of the 3 secret sword skills of the 3 saint sects. The other 2 were Earth Saint and Heaven Saint. These 3 secret sword skills were the foundation of the 3 saint sects. Long Yun-kong's cultivation had reached the early stage of the 8th sky of the ancient era. Because of his status in the 3 saint sects, he was taught the first sword of the 3 saint secret sword. If it were someone else, they would have to be at the early stage of the 9th sky of the ancient era. In the past 6 months, Long Yun-kong had not only been cultivating in seclusion to make breakthroughs, but also to practice the Human Saint True Image Sword. However, as one of the 3 saint secret swords of the 3 saint sects, Long Yun-kong had only scratched the surface in half a year, even though it was the weakest and simplest sword skill. He knew Chu Mu's terrifying talent and high realm in sword skills. Therefore, he asked for Chu Mu's guidance. As he accumulated power, Long Yun-kong's aura became more and more serious. The wind stopped, and the leaves in the manor stopped moving. Everyone could feel that a storm was coming. The air was oppressive. In the distance, the waning moon sword saint and the rock sword saint were shocked. Then they felt bitter. Originally, they thought that they had made great progress in their swordsmanship. But compared to Long Yun-kong, there was still a clear gap. They also realized that the swordsmanship of those top forces was very tyrannical. Just the aura emitted by the swordsmanship was enough to make them feel oppressed. It should be known that their cultivation was 1 celestial layer higher than Long Yun-kong's. As Long Yun-kong's aura grew stronger and stronger, Chu Mu's expression changed from indifference to solemnity. Human Saint True Image Sword. Human Saint True Image. Human Saint True Image. Human Saint True Image. Human Saint True Image. When a man becomes a saint, he stops his 7 emotions and 6 desires. He manifests his image and kills everything. The Human Saint's True Image Sword is indeed unique. For a moment, all kinds of inspirations appeared, but they were not complete. In an instant, Long Yun-kong slashed out with his sword. The sword light shone brightly as he became one with his sword, instantly tearing apart the void. A terrifying pressure poured down from all directions, directly hitting Chu Mu and suppressing him. This kind of strong pressure was enough to affect an ordinary 8-star saint. If they were unprepared, they would be unable to move for a moment. For a strong cultivator, a moment was enough to decide many things. The moment the pressure poured in from all directions, the sword light was already in front of him. There was no way to dodge it. In fact, Chu Mu did not need to dodge it. In fact, he did not even pull out his sword. He only raised his sword finger and gently moved it. Vaguely, there seemed to be the sound of metal clashing. The sword light that could cut through everything collapsed in an instant, revealing the long sword. Chu Mu's sword finger was blocked. Chu Mu's sword finger was not damaged at all. His sword finger trembled slightly, and a powerful force burst out. Under the shock, Long Yun-kong could not help but continuously retreat. The pressure around him collapsed and disappeared in an instant. The aura that made waning moon and rock boulder feel oppressed also disappeared without a trace. Long Yun-kong retreated more than 10 meters before he could steady himself. His face first turned abnormally red, then pale. He had only just grasped the surface of Human Saint True Image Sword. It had consumed too much of his essence. Yes, The human saint's sword of origin was not a regular sword technique. It was a secret sword technique, an absolute killing move. Its power was extremely terrifying, so the usage of energy it involved was countless times more complicated than regular sword techniques. It involved the use of one's strength, mind, and various other aspects. Not a single one of them could be missing. Long Yun Kong was only at the initial stage of cultivation. It was still very difficult for him to unleash the power of the human saint true image sword. If he could reach the small success stage, he would be able to severely injure or even kill an ordinary 9-star saint with one strike. It's not because he hasn't used his sword. It seems that he lacks the other 2 swords, Chumu said as if he was talking to himself. Seeing Long Yun Kong use his sword, he had an inspiration. He vaguely felt that this human saint true image sword would be useful to him. It would be helpful, but it was lacking. He originally thought that it was because Long Yun Kong had not used his sword and had not shown more of its mysteries. Now, it seemed that this was not the case. Although Long Yun Kong was only at the beginning level, Chu Mu could still see more mysteries. He could not describe this kind of inspiration with words. He could only be sure that it was useful to him. Therefore, he wanted to comprehend it. From the looks of it now, it seemed to be missing the connection between the other 2 swords. Perhaps only by gathering the sword of mortal saint's true form and the other 2 swords and combining them to become complete would one be able to comprehend more from it and absorb the inspiration to improve oneself. Brother Long, I have something to discuss with you, Chu Mu said seriously. Brother Chu, please speak. Long Yun Kong also realized that what Chu Mu wanted to say was not ordinary. I want to take a look at the 3 saints' secret sword and see if you can pass it on, Chu Mu said, revealing his purpose. Chapter 1856. The 3 sacred secret sword was the foundation of the 3 sacred sects. Its value was unimaginable. If Chu Mu wanted to borrow it, it naturally wouldn't be that easy. He proposed to borrow it because he was willing to pay a price he could afford in exchange. This was a trade. As a core disciple of the 3 saint sects, Long Yun Kong had a very high status. He could even compare to an elder in the sect. Thus, his words carried a lot of weight. It was completely possible for him to convey Chu Mu's message. Of course, Long Yun Kong could only convey the message. He couldn't make a decision. With Chu Mu's message, Long Yun Kong returned to the 3 saint sects and directly met with the leader of the 3 saint sects. Chu Mu's return was very low-key. However, he didn't deliberately hide it, nor did he deliberately publicize it. After more than 5 years, everyone thought that he was dead. After he returned, he directly destroyed the evil dragon palace. No one knew that he had returned. Then he quickly returned to the manor in Blood Slaughter City and stayed there. Thus, no one knew that he had really returned alive. Chu Mu? The unparalleled sword star from 6 years ago, Chu Mu? The leader of the 3 saint sects immediately frowned and asked. Yes, leader. Long Yun Kong stood below and answered respectfully. I didn't think that he would survive after being swallowed into the spatial crack. The leader of the 3 saint sects, Qin Wei King, relaxed his frown and sighed softly. He seemed to be very shocked. The leader of the 7 stars back then lived up to his name. However, the 3 saints' secret sword is the foundation of the 3 saint sects. It is a secret that cannot be passed on, unless he is willing to join the 3 saint sects and become a part of us. I understand, leader, Long Yun Kong said helplessly. He knew that Chu Mu couldn't join the 3 saint sects and become a part of the 3 saint sects. However, he was only a disciple of the 3 saint sects. Although his status wasn't low, he couldn't make such a big decision. He could only convey the message. Long Yun Kong left quickly, leaving only Qin Wei Wang, the leader of the Triple Saint sect, in the hall. Chu Mu, under the pursuit of the ancient blade, was swallowed into the spatial crack and returned alive. Could it be that the destruction of the evil dragon palace was not caused by sword devil Feng Wui, but... King Qin Wei thought to himself and frowned. Then he shook his head. Impossible, it should not be him. Even if he is the head of the 7 stars, and his talent surpasses the other 6 stars, it is impossible for him to surpass the other 6 stars by that much. One had to know that the current 6 stars were only at the bright moon rank. There was still a huge gap between them and the bright sun rank. This gap wasn't something that could be easily bridged. Of course, the 6 great stars were all in seclusion. The 5 city lord manors and the flowing light army had used a large amount of resources to nurture them, raising their cultivation as quickly as possible. After reaching the pinnacle, they would raise their other aspects, allowing them to reach the level of a bright young sword saint. Since the 6 of them had yet to come out of seclusion, it was likely that they had yet to reach the bright young grade. There was only one person who had destroyed the evil dragon palace, and through various signs that person's strength was not something that someone who had just entered the bright young grade could compare to. The possibility of it being Sword Devil Foam Wooey was rather high. However, no matter what, Chu Mu was once the head of the 7 stars. His talent was above the other 6 stars. Even if his current strength had not reached the bright young grade, it was very likely that he had reached the limit of the bright moon rank. If he could join the 3 saint sects, the 3 saint sects would have one more peak combatant, and their overall strength would increase even further. After all, the strongest expert of the 3 saint sects was only at the limit of the bright moon rank. This is the sect master's wish. Long Yunkong looked at Chu Mu apologetically. "It's a pity," said Chu Mu. He was willing to pay a price. But if the price was to join the 3 saint sects and be tied to the 3 saint sects, he was not willing to do so. It seemed that he was not fated to learn the 3 saint secret sword for now. There was nothing Long Yunkong could do about this. He could only put this matter aside and ask Chu Mu for some sword techniques before leaving. After leaving this time, Long Yunkong didn't come back for a few months. Chu Mu also received news that the situation outside was becoming more and more tense. The sword demon sect disciples were becoming more and more arrogant. They were extremely insolent, unbridled, and tyrannical. Even more camps were destroyed because they were unwilling to submit to the Sword Devil sect. Out of the original dozens of camps, more than 10 had been destroyed by the Sword Devil sect, and a dozen or so had submitted to the Sword Devil sect, becoming their subordinate forces. In a short period of time, the Sword Devil sect grew. Apart from the fact that they did not have any king-level experts, they had become a powerful force that could rival or even surpass the 5-city leaders' manors. They were a serious threat to the status of the 5-city leaders' manors. More and more people entered the 5 cities to seek shelter, which caused the number of people in the 5 cities to increase by several times. The living conditions became more and more tense, and the prices increased as well. The order was also affected. Occasionally, there would be some conflicts and bloodshed. In response, the guards of the 5-city leaders' manors reacted quickly. They used a thunderous method to capture people directly and kill those who resisted. They used a forceful method to suppress them directly. However, the forceful method could only suppress them temporarily. If this continued for a long time, it would cause a huge backlash, which would not be a good thing for the 5-city leaders' manors. On the surface, the Sword Devil sect was unstoppable, but in the dark, the 5 cities were in turmoil. A huge riot could be foreseen. In response, the 5-city leaders' manors attached great importance to this and tried to think of a solution. Today, 1.5 years after Chu Mu returned to the manor in Blood Slaughter City, a group of people suddenly broke into the manor. They all emitted powerful chi ripples. They were a dozen high-level saint-level experts, and the leader was even a 9-star high-level saint-level expert. "Who are you? What do you want?" Pan Yen, who was practicing his sword, immediately asked, "Does this manor belong to you?" "It belongs to us now. You can choose to stay here or leave." The leading 9-star high-level saint-level expert said directly, "Get out." Elder Waning Moon shouted rudely. Her chi was sharp like a sword. "You want to do this the hard way? Kill the 2 of them." One of the dozen people was filled with killing intent and immediately drew his sword. Among these dozen people, the weakest was an 8-star saint-level expert, and the strongest was a 9-star high-level saint-level expert. Although Elder Waning Moon and Pan Yen were not weak, they could not fight against them. If they really fought, Elder Waning Moon and Pan Yen would be killed in a few moves. At this time, a sword light flashed. Without any prelude, it seemed to have come from the void. It was indescribably sharp. The dozen high-level saint-level experts who wanted to take over the manor only saw the sword light flash in front of them. They could not dodge it. The sword light cut through the air, leaving a straight mark in the air. The dozen people immediately stopped moving, maintaining the posture of drawing their swords. Streaks of blood appeared on their necks. Then, a suction force appeared out of nowhere. The dozen or so souls flew out of their heads and were projected into the manor. Chu Mu had made his move. Young Master is so strong. I can't imagine. Elder Waning Moon and Pan Yen were both amazed. In the next half a year, a group of people would break into the manor every once in a while. They wanted to take over the manor. The most powerful group was a 9-star saint-level expert, and some were even at the peak of the 9-star saint level. Moreover, they were very close to the dark star level. Even so, they did not gain the slightest advantage. They all died to Chu Mu's sword light without even seeing him. In order to prevent trouble, Chu Mu released a ray of sword chi in the manor. This sword chi was powerful enough to heavily injure a dark star sword saint. Anyone who approached with killing intent would be locked down. If they tried to force their way in, they would be attacked directly. As a result, the manor returned to its peaceful state. While the manor was peaceful, the 5 cities were even more chaotic. Conflicts continued, and even some of the guards of the 5-city lords were killed. The situation was getting worse and worse. Half a year later, which was also the second year since Chu Mu's return, an incomparably powerful aura soared into the sky from the 5-city lords' mansions. It was like a terrifying ray of sword chi shooting into the sky, stirring up the wind and clouds. The sharpness it emitted suppressed all directions, covering the entire city. In the manor, Chu Mu's eyes flashed as he looked in the direction of the city lord's mansion. Another bright yang-level expert has appeared in the slaughtering blood manor. Seems like it's Tu Qianjun. Chu Mu muttered to himself. That's right. The young master of the slaughtering blood manor, Tu Qianjun, had broken through and become a bright yang-level sword saint. Not only him, but the other 5-star lords had also broken through, becoming bright yang-level sword saints. Under the powerful aura, the commotion in the city was suppressed, and many people went into hiding. The 5 young masters came out of seclusion with astonishing power, taking control of the 5-city lords' mansions in one go. They issued all kinds of orders to clean up the chaos in the city and to understand all kinds of news that had happened during their seclusion, especially news about sword demon Feng Wui. When they heard that the veteran Bright Yang level sword Saint Long Huan had been defeated by Feng Wui, they were immediately shocked. One had to know that they had broken through during their seclusion and stepped into the Bright Yang level. Although there was still room for improvement, they could only be considered as beginners. Compared to veteran experts like Long Huan, there was still a slight gap. If Long Huan wasn't Feng Wui's opponent, they wouldn't be able to fight him one-on-one either. In such a situation, we can only join hands. Although they weren't very willing, they didn't have much time to raise their strength. The 6-star lords had the same idea. Not long after, a piece of news spread out, immediately shocking everyone. The young masters of the 5-city lords' mansions and the young masters of the Flowing Light Army had formed an alliance with the Flowing Light Army, called the Bright Yang Alliance. Although it wasn't stated clearly, many people could see that the Bright Yang Alliance had appeared to resist the Sword Demon sect, which was as powerful as the sun in the midday sky. This also served as a foil to the Sword Demon sect's strength, as well as the Sword Demon Feng Wui's tyrannical strength. Bright Yang Alliance Feng Wui naturally received the news and immediately revealed a strange smile. He swept a glance at the 12 motionless figures below. Then let's see if the Bright Yan Alliance or the 12 heavenly demons of my sword demon sect are stronger. Chapter 1857. The Bright Yan Alliance was led by the 6 stars, the experts of the Flowing Light Legion, and the 5 city Lords Manors were united to form the Bright Yang Army. All the major forces and sects in the 5 cities were called to join as well. Every day, there would be news of certain sects and clans joining the Bright Yang Alliance and becoming a member of the Alliance. The 3 sacred sects were the strongest force under the Bloodbath Manor in Bloodbath City. Naturally, they would join the Bright Yang Alliance and become a part of it. The movements of the 5 cities were huge. On the contrary, the Sword Demon sect's movements became smaller. No one could understand what was going on. It was as if the wheel of fortune had turned. Some people who couldn't see through the situation thought that the Bright Yang Alliance's appearance had suppressed the Sword Demon sect's momentum. However, those who could see through the situation knew that this was just an illusion. The Sword Demon sect's actions were obviously because they had other plans. Those with higher intelligence could see that the current situation had reached a limit. If this continued, a huge battle would be unavoidable. It would be fine if they didn't fight, but this battle would definitely engulf everyone. No cultivator would be able to escape. Chu Mu also saw through the situation. He knew that once the battle started, he wouldn't be able to stay out of it unless he left the land of exile and returned to the deep blue world. Therefore, he made his move. After 2 years, he stepped out of the manor for the first time and headed towards the Bloodbath Manor. Soon, Chu Mu arrived outside the Bloodbath Manor and walked in. His speed didn't seem fast, and he didn't hide his figure. However, the guards guarding the entrance didn't notice him at all. They felt that Chu Mu was like an invisible person, walking past them and entering the manor. Actually, his speed was too fast. Even if he didn't reveal his full strength, it wasn't something that a few high-level Saint Realm experts could notice. His path was unobstructed. Relying on his senses, Chu Mu arrived at Tu Qianjun's location. At this moment, Tu Qianjun was in the main hall of the Bloodbath Manor, meeting with the experts of the Bloodbath Manor and hosting a meeting. Tu Qianjun was a Bright Yang Sword Saint. Other than him, the Bright Moon Sword Saints and Dark Star Sword Saints of the Bloodbath Manor were all gathered in the main hall. Without any fluctuations, Chu Mu directly appeared in the hall. Tu Qianjun only sensed him the moment he appeared. His eyes narrowed, and a blood-red light pierced through the void like a rainbow. Then, those Dark Star and Bright Moon elites released their auras and locked onto Chu Mu. However, when Chu Mu stood in front of them, they couldn't lock onto him. It was as if he was a cloud of nothingness. This was the difference between realms. Chu Mu! The bloody light in Tu Qianjun's eyes disappeared and was replaced by shock. He exclaimed, "Aren't you already dead?" "I was lucky not to die," Chu Mu said with a smile. Hearing Tu Qianjun's words, the rest of the Slaughtering Blood Manor's experts widened their eyes in shock. Their shocked gazes landed on Chu Mu. Rumor had it that Chu Mu had been chased by the ancient blade and was swallowed by the spatial rift. He should have been dead, but no one had expected him to still be alive. They all knew how powerful the spatial rift was. "It's good that you didn't die." Tu Qianjun also smiled. Back then, the 7 stars were neck to neck. Later, Chu Mu took the lead and surpassed them. The 6 of them also treated Chu Mu as a goal to catch up to. As for Sword Devil Feng Wui, although he was the 8th star and was also known as the strongest star, he wasn't within their scope of recognition. This was because they felt that Feng Wui wasn't a pure person. "My purpose today is to make a deal," Chu Mu said directly. "What kind of deal?" Tu Qianjun asked. 4 evil dragon swords in exchange for treasures to refine the saint body," Chu Mu said. "The evil dragon swords contain the evil dragon's soul. It can be extracted and is very useful." "I agree to this deal," Tu Qianjun said. Now that he had the strength of a bright young elite, he could be considered the person in charge of the slaughtering blood manor when the slaughtering blood king wasn't around. He had the power to make decisions. Therefore, no one had any objections. Chu Mu took out the 4 evil dragon swords. The aura emitted by each sword shocked everyone. 1 low grade and 3 mid-grade. A peak bright moon sword, Saint exclaimed. Even Tu Qianjun was shocked. They originally thought that the 4 evil dragon swords were only low grade. They didn't expect that 3 of them were mid-grade. The difference between mid-grade and low grade was very obvious. The evil dragon's soul contained within also had a difference in quality. Shortly after, Tu Qianjun seemed to have thought of something. His eyes emitted a shocking light as he locked onto Chu Mu. His eyes were like swords, as if he wanted to pierce through Chu Mu. "We can make a deal, but I hope that you and I can fight before the deal is done," Tu Qianjun said in a deep voice as he restrained the light in his eyes. Chu Mu caught the change in Tu Qianjun's eyes. He understood that Tu Qianjun might have seen something. However, it wasn't 2 years ago. Even if it was announced, he didn't care. "All right." Chu Mu directly agreed. Tu Qianjun had the strength of a bright sun sword saint, so he was qualified to fight with him. "Let's go to the back." Tu Qianjun stood up and led the way. Not long after, Chu Mu, Tu Qianjun, and the Slaughter Blood Mansions, 3 great fighting strength experts, all arrived at the 1,000 battle stage behind the Great Hall. This was a place specially used for duels. It was extremely spacious, and the floor was made of silver stone. Moreover, it was covered in a layer of strengthened seals. Even a 9-star Saint rank expert's full strength attack wouldn't be able to break through. The experts spread out to the surroundings. They activated the seal and surrounded Chu Mu and Tu Qianjun. Tu Qianjun grabbed at the void with both hands. A blood-colored flame seemed to jump out from the void. It extended and turned into a huge blood-colored sword that Tu Qianjun grasped tightly with both hands. Spiritual sword blood, slaughtering sword. Although it was only a peak low-grade spiritual sword, it was comparable to a normal mid-grade spiritual sword. With the spiritual sword in hand, Tu Qianjun didn't hesitate to attack. Streaks of blood-colored sword light tore through the void and slashed towards Chu Mu without any mercy. Chu Mu's figure was as graceful as the wind and as swift as lightning. In an instant, he shuttled through the streaks of blood-colored sword light. He brandished his sword with incomparable sharpness. With just one sword, Chu Mu broke through Tu Qianjun's attack. As expected of a star-rank monster, Tu Qianjun reacted quickly. He flipped his sword and immediately used another sword art. It was the blood-slaughtering hall's inherited sword art. Blood-slaughtering sword art. The blood-colored sword light was dense and filled the surroundings. Each streak was astonishing, and its destructive power was unparalleled. Even though they were far away, the experts of the blood-slaughtering hall could feel the terrifying aura assaulting them. Young Master's blood-slaughtering sword art is so powerful. Bright Sun rank strength is too tyrannical. I've cultivated the blood-slaughtering sword art for more than 100 years. Young Master has only cultivated it for 10 years, but he has already surpassed me. Because he is the young Master, someone who will become a king in the future. With the strength of a Bright Sun rank, the might of the blood-slaughtering sword art was fully displayed. It was extremely tyrannical and filled with killing intent. The surroundings seemed to be filled with blood-colored light, turning into a sea of blood. The sharp sword light floated up and down in the sea of blood, surrounding Chu Mu. Chu Mu shuttled through the sea of blood, dodging each of Tu Qianjun's sword attacks. This was the difference in cultivation realm and also the difference in strength. No matter how Tu Qianjun used the blood-slaughtering sword art, he couldn't injure Chu Mu in the slightest. Waning moon. Chu Mu raised his sword. The waning moon hung in the sky, sprinkling down white light like water. The sea of blood was imprisoned, and Tu Qianjuan's figure instantly stopped moving. Even if it was only for an instant, it was enough. 15. The meteor fell from the sky, shattering the sea of blood and attacking Tu Qianjun. Tu Qianjuan's figure was imprisoned, and he couldn't move. He could only watch as the meteor flew over. A terrifying aura rushed over and struck him, shattering him. He discovered that he couldn't block the sword's might. Young master! The experts of the blood-slaughtering hall were shocked, and they all rushed over with their fastest speed. However, there was some distance between them, and distant water couldn't put out a nearby fire. The meteor instantly turned into a shadow, passing through Tu Qianjuan's body and disappearing. Tu Qianjun wasn't injured at all. At the last moment, Chu Mu stopped his sword attack. To him, this was as easy as pie. Thank you for showing mercy. Tu Qianjun smiled bitterly. I originally thought that after my seclusion, my strength had increased and I would be able to compete with you. I didn't expect the difference to be even greater. It seems like the evil dragon hall's destruction was done by you, right? Chu Mu nodded, not denying it at all. When the experts of the blood-slaughtering hall heard this, they were all dumbfounded, as if they had been struck by lightning. This news was simply too shocking. It turned out that the evil dragon hall's destruction 2 years ago wasn't done by the sword demon sect master, Feng Wui, but by Chu Mu. Chu Mu's revenge. To be able to destroy the entire evil dragon hall by himself. His strength was definitely at the bright young rank. In other words, 2 years ago, when the 6 stars were still in seclusion, trying to break through to the bright yang rank, Chu Mu already had the strength of a bright yang rank sword saint. Now, it wasn't that hard to accept that young master Tu Qianjun, who had the strength of a bright yang rank sword saint, had been defeated. The former leader of the 7 stars, the unparalleled sword star, truly lived up to his name. If Bai Chun knows that you're still alive, he'll definitely come looking for you. Tu Qianjun calmed himself down and smiled. However, his strength is only about the same as mine. He's not your opponent at all. Hearing this, Chu Mu only smiled and didn't say anything. In fact, even if the 6 stars joined forces, they might not be able to defeat Chu Mu. They might not even be Chu Mu's opponent. After the battle with Tu Qianjun, Chu Mu had further grasped his current strength. However, he still didn't know what his limits were. I need an even stronger opponent, Chu Mu said to himself. Perhaps sword demon Feng Wui will be a true opponent. A so-called true opponent was someone whose strength was on par with him, or even a little stronger than him. They were powerful existences that he would have to fight with his full strength. However, right now he was here to make a deal with Tu Qianjun. More accurately, he was here to make a deal with the blood-slaughtering hall. This deal was related to the cultivation of his saint body. It was very important. Chapter 1858. Young Master, do you know what level Chu Mu's strength has reached? A bright moon, sword saint from the Slaughter Blood Hall asked. I'm not sure either. Tu Qianjun shook his head. He himself was also a bright Yang realm expert, but the gap between him and Chu Mu was very obvious. Therefore, he was not clear about Chu Mu's strength. Tell them the news, but don't tell them about my defeat. A mischievous smile appeared on Tu Qianjuan's face. He believed that as long as the others knew that Chu Mu was not dead and had returned, they would definitely rush over and challenge him. At that time, they would taste the taste of defeat. Moreover, it would be the kind of defeat where there was a clear difference in strength. Sure enough, when the 5 great stars received the news from Tu Qianjun, their first reaction was disbelief, and then they were extremely shocked. Because Tu Qianjun had no reason to lie to them about this kind of thing. They immediately made arrangements and set out immediately, rushing towards Bloodbath City with the fastest speed possible. In the manor's secret room, Chu Mu opened his palm, and 4 drops of berserk saint blood floated above his palm. These 4 drops of berserk saint blood were what Chu Mu had obtained from the Slaughter Blood Hall with the 4 evil dragon's spiritual swords. Berserk saint blood was more valuable than ancient saint treasure blood, at least 10 times more. However, there was an obvious difference between the two. The main use of ancient saint treasure blood was to stimulate one saint body's potential. Usually it would only have an effect the first time it was used. The second time, it would only temper the saint body to a lesser extent. The berserk saint blood was different. It didn't have the ability to stimulate one's potential. Its only use was to temper the saint body. That was because the tempering process was extremely fast. It would bring great pain to the saint body. One had to have a strong enough will to support it. That was how it got its name. If one couldn't endure it and fell unconscious, the saint body would be injured by the berserk energy. If one could endure it, they would receive an effective tempering. The value of each drop of berserk saint blood was extremely high. It was comparable to a mid-rank evil dragon's spiritual sword. Chu Mu obtaining 4 drops of berserk saint blood was actually a great advantage. Berserk sacred blood. I wonder what level my sacred body can reach with these 4 drops, Chu Mu thought. The life force of a mid-stage level 8 saint body was much stronger, and it was easy to regrow a limb. Therefore, it was very difficult to improve one saint body by a small level. Although the power of the berserk saint blood was amazing, Chu Mu was not sure if it could refine his saint body from mid-stage level 8 to late-stage level 8. The cultivation of the path of the sacred body was 10 times more difficult than the path of origin power. Chu Mu put away the 3 drops of berserk saint blood, opened his mouth, and swallowed the first drop. He immediately felt a terrifying heat spreading in his mouth. It was as if he had just swallowed a piece of iron that had just been fished out of lava. Chu Mu's face instantly turned red. The berserk saint blood entered his body through his esophagus, and his entire esophagus seemed to be burning. Heat began to spread from Chu Mu's body, rising in spirals and condensing into a dense white color above his head. When the berserk sacred blood entered his stomach, a tyrannical and berserk energy began to diffuse, attacking Chu Mu's entire body. It caused Chu Mu to feel as if a flood of magma was unceasingly attacking his body. Everywhere it passed, his internal organs, meridians, and bones would all be burned. An indescribable pain filled his entire body, causing even his soul to tremble. This kind of pain was more than 10 times more intense than when he had first consumed the ancient saint blood. Chu Mu's body subconsciously trembled, and he clenched his teeth, not letting out any sound. The veins on his face bulged, and his face was blood red, looking very sinister. Steaming hot air constantly poured out of Chu Mu's body and filled the surroundings. Very quickly, it filled the entire secret room. The terrifyingly high temperature could instantly melt steel into liquid and then into gas. While Chu Mu was in seclusion to consume the berserk saint blood, the 6 great stars art had arrived at Chu Mu's manor. Facing the famous 6 great stars, Lin Biruo, Elder Waning Moon, and Boulder were all very nervous. There was no way around it, as they knew who the person in front of them was. However, when they thought of Chu Mu, their nervousness immediately lessened. It had to be known that their young master was previously known as the head of the 7 great stars, the unparalleled sword star. "The young master is in seclusion," replied Lin Biruo. Seclusion? They couldn't help feeling disappointed. They had rushed here just to see Chu Mu and then issue a challenge. Who would have thought that Chu Mu would be in seclusion? This wasn't the right time. It seems that Chu Mu is refining the berserk saint blood. It will probably take more than a month to refine all 4 drops of berserk saint blood, said Tu Qianjun. We came at the wrong time. We can only go back first. The others sighed. At this time, they couldn't leave their base for too long in case something unexpected happened. Tu Qianjun also felt regretful that he couldn't let these guys have a taste of being easily defeated. However, he was also very clear about the current situation. The 6 great stars turned around and left. Apart from Tu Qianjun, the other 5 also quickly left Bloodbath City and returned to their respective bases. A few days later, Chu Mu successfully refined the first drop of berserk saint blood. He didn't refine the second drop immediately. That kind of pain was simply a kind of torture. He had to rely on his own willpower to withstand it. Therefore, he needed to rest for some time and adjust his body's condition. Chu Mu stretched his body. He could feel that his saint body had indeed strengthened significantly after refining the first drop of berserk saint blood. However, there was still a big gap between him and the later stage of LV8. According to the current progress, 4 drops of berserk saint blood should be enough for my saint body to reach the later stage of LV8. Chu Mu thought to himself. After resting for a day, he took out the second drop of berserk saint blood and consumed it. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. The Sword Demon sect made a big move. Among the 5 cities, a total of 10 forces were continuously destroyed. These 10 forces were all powerful forces with Dark Star Sword Saints. However, they didn't have the slightest ability to resist. In an extremely short period of time, they were all slaughtered. The primordial spirits of those who were killed were all devoured. With the young masters in charge, the 5 cities reacted quickly. Moreover, the young masters of the 5 great stars were the fastest. They intercepted the culprits at the edge of the cities and engaged in an intense battle. Kill! Bai Chen's murderous aura sword. His silver-white hair danced in the wind. His silver sword slashed out streaks of sharp silver-white sword light that pierced through the void. His opponent was also a human. As expected of a star-rank monster, you are indeed powerful. With a strange laugh, a tyrannical aura erupted from this person's body and swept out. In the raging storm, the bones all over his body crackled as if they were breaking. A hideous smile spread across his face. His pupils rapidly changed. They turned vertical and became cold and emotionless. Strange patterns appeared on his face. His body became taller and stronger. Barbs protruded from his shoulders. His arms elongated and became thicker. Bayonets protruded from his elbows. His arms were covered with dark green scales and were filled with terrifying power. In the blink of an eye, this person's appearance changed drastically. He was like a monster. The Sword Demon, sex disciple, demonified. This demonification was completely demonified. It was the highest level of demonification. It was also the most tyrannical demonification. It was called complete demonification. Under the complete demonification, the Sword Demon sex disciple, who was originally only at the Bright Moon rank, suddenly became stronger. He broke through the limit of the Bright Moon rank and reached the Bright Yang rank. Bai Chen's heart trembled. Sword Demon sect, other than Sword Demon Fengwui, actually had other Bright Yang rank experts. To the Bright Yang Alliance, this was extremely bad news. After the complete demonification, his battle strength increased drastically. He launched an extremely fierce counterattack. His arms that were filled with power burst out. He waved his sharp claws and attacked Bai Qin crazily. Like Bai Qin in the other 4 cities, Tu Qianjun, Longshi, Yanqingya, and Heiju had also encountered powerful opponents who had completely transformed into monsters. An incomparably intense battle unfolded. This was a battle between Bright Yang Realm experts. Without the strength of a Bright Yang Realm expert, it was impossible for anyone to interfere. The guards of the 5 city lord residences immediately dispersed the surrounding crowd and laid down layers of seals, doing their best to prevent the terrifying shockwaves from spreading. What kind of monster is that? He can actually fight with young master like this. Terrifying, it's really too terrifying. The Sword Demon sect actually has such an expert. The incomparably intense battle caused great damage to the surroundings. Countless city walls collapsed, the ground cracked, and sword marks and claw marks crisscrossed everywhere. It was a shocking sight. The 5 young masters had no intention of holding back at all. They used all of their strength to display their sword arts, wanting to kill the other party. They were very clear that the Sword Demon sect was originally supported by the Sword Demon Feng Wui alone. But now, other than the Sword Demon Feng Wui, there was actually a second bright yang expert. This would undoubtedly greatly increase the sword demon sect's strength. They still didn't know that a similar situation had occurred in the other 4 cities. No matter what, if they killed their opponent, it would greatly weaken the sword demon sect's strength, which would be beneficial to the Bright Yang Alliance. The terrifying clause brought about a storm that destroyed everything. The sword demon sect's disciple took the opportunity to retreat. With a flash, he quickly left. Ha 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 ha. The strength of the 6 great stars is only SOSO. The next time we meet, this heavenly demon will tear you to pieces. Tremble. My sword demon sect has 12 heavenly demons. Your doomsday is coming. After a fierce battle, the sword demon sect's disciples of the 5 cities retreated one after another. They did not have the slightest intention of fighting to the death. As they left behind some information. Heavenly demons. 12 heavenly demons. The information they left behind was very little and very simple, but it shocked the 5 young masters. Could it be that within the sword demon sect, there were a total of 12 such experts? Chapter 1859. The guards of the 5 Castellan mansions were cleaning up the collapsed city walls and flattening the ground. Many people were watching from afar, discussing with a serious expression. After the 6 stars came out of seclusion, the sword demon sect had been quiet for a while. But now they suddenly burst out and destroyed 1 or 2 forces in the 5 Castellans, causing a certain amount of damage to the 5 Castellans, especially the last words left by the sword demon sect's disciple who claimed to be a heaven demon. He didn't hide it at all, as if he did it on purpose, allowing many people to hear it. 12 heaven demons. In the hall of the Slaughter Blood Mansion, Tu Qianjun sat on the main seat. Below him were the Dark Star and Bright Moon experts of the Slaughter Blood Mansion. Heaven demons. Tu Qianjun whispered with a fearful expression. Young master, I don't think it's 12. Maybe it's just 1. They purposely said 12 to confuse us and suppress our morale. A Bright Moon sword saint stood up and said, such analysis wasn't without reason. Right now, the 5 city lord mansions were the last hope of many cultivators. The Bright Young Alliance was their only backing and support. If everyone panicked and wavered, it would definitely destroy the stable situation that the Bright Young Alliance had just formed and disintegrate the alliance from the inside. How could they fight against the sword demon sect then? Send someone to investigate and verify if the 12 heaven demons are real. Tu Qianjun said, it would be best if they weren't, but if they were, then the problem would be serious. The investigation of the news was unexpectedly smooth, and the result was shocking. The 12 heaven demons were real. The sword demon sect didn't hide it at all. The name of the 12 heavenly demons quickly spread throughout the 5 great cities. Even more cultivators knew about it. What had happened in the 5 great cities was also known to each other. For a moment, the members of the Bright Sun Alliance all had extremely grave expressions. Perhaps the name of the 12 heavenly demons was just a smokescreen that the sword demon sect had purposely released. However, it was a fact that 5 of the 12 heavenly demons had been attacked by a single heavenly demon at the same time, and the 5 young masters were unable to gain the upper hand in the battle. In other words, there were at least 5 of the 12 heavenly demons that possessed the strength of a Bright Yang after transforming. The sword demon sect, including the sword demon Feng Wui, has at least 6 Bright Sun realm sword saints. This kind of news was a huge shock to anyone. Bright Yang sword saints were extremely rare, and it was very difficult to become one. Even after many years of accumulation in the 5 city lords' manors, each of them only had 3 sword saints. One of them had even gone into seclusion 1,000 years ago, and it was unknown whether he was still alive or not. Thus, each of the manors could only have 2 Bright Yang sword saints, while the Sword Devil sect had at least 6. Such a difference was too obvious. If what the 12 heavenly demons said was true, then the sword demon sect would have 13 Bright Yang realm experts, far surpassing any of the 5 major city lords' manors. Even if the Flowing Light Army was included, they could only barely be on par with them. How could the Sword Demon sect be so powerful? This was hard to believe. After the disciples of the Sword Demon sect went through the demon transforming pool, they all had the ability to devour primordial spirits to increase their cultivation and strength. As long as they could devour primordial spirits, their strength would increase rapidly without any side effects. It was this ability that allowed experts to continuously appear in the Sword Demon sect, creating the 12 heavenly demons. Of course, this was also the result of Feng Wui's efforts in nurturing them. After all, Feng Wui's ambition did not stop there. He wanted to rule the entire land of exile and become the strongest king there. Thus, apart from having enough strength, he also needed to have enough powerful subordinates. The 12 heavenly demons were the strongest fighters he had nurtured. Following that, the Sword Demon sect sent out a message. Those who surrendered would not be killed, and those who did not surrender would be exterminated. The news was confirmed, and the 5 city lords' manors were unable to successfully seal it off. Immediately, everyone was in a state of panic and chaos. The Bright Young Alliance that had just been formed not long ago showed signs of collapsing. Some forces even showed signs of wanting to leave the alliance. Sword Demon Feng Wui and the 12 heavenly demons made a total of 13 Bright Young Realm experts. Who could oppose such a Sword Demon sect? Unless the 7 kings returned. However, no one knew where the 7 kings went, and there was no news of them. Perhaps before the 7 kings returned, they would all be exterminated by the Sword Demon sect, and their primordial spirits would all become food for the Sword Demon sect's disciples to increase their strength. Soon, the first sect announced their departure from the Bright Young Alliance, and within a few days they announced their allegiance to the Sword Demon sect. The number 1 sect's departure and betrayal had a huge impact on the entire Bright Young Alliance. The Bright Young Alliance, which was already on the verge of collapse, suddenly showed signs of collapsing. Currently, the gap between the Sword Demon sect and the Bright Sun Alliance was very obvious. Once the battle started, the outcome of the battle could be predicted. According to the Sword Demon sect's way of doing things, only death awaited those who didn't surrender, and those who didn't surrender would be completely annihilated. We can't wait any longer. The longer we delay, the worse the situation will be for us. Tu Qianjun frowned and said, "This is what the Sword Demon sect wants. They want to break our alliance and morale step by step. If we delay any longer, the Bright Young Alliance will collapse, and the people's hearts will be scattered, and it will be hard to resist. If we don't delay any longer, we can only take the initiative to attack." Bai Qin seemed to be talking to himself. No matter what, the current situation is not good for us. Therefore, we can only take the initiative to attack and exterminate the Sword Demon sect. He Ju's eyes flickered with killing intent. He hated the Sword Demon sect to the core. Let's do it. Feng Facia sighed lightly. It's not that we can't do it, but with our current strength, it's not enough. Yan Qingya said, her voice like jade pearls. The 5 city lord mansions and the Flowing Light Army only have a total of 12 Bright Young Sword Saints. If it's true that there are 12 heavenly beasts, we still lack 1 Bright Young Sword Saint. Moreover, Sword Demon Feng Wui's strength. Although she did not finish her sentence, it was very clear that Sword Demon Feng Wui's strength was extremely powerful. They were no match for him in a one-on-one battle. If it was true that there were 12 heavenly beasts, then their 12 Bright Young Sword Saints could only deal with 12 heavenly beasts. There was still the strongest Sword Demon Feng Wui. If Sword Demon Feng Wui did not die, killing the 12 heavenly beasts would not be of much use. If Feng Wui could cultivate the first batch, then he could cultivate the second batch. Let's invite Chu Mu. Tu Qianjun said. Everyone looked at him, and he explained. Remember when I told you about Chu Mu's return? I have already fought with him. What was the result? Everyone's eyes lit up as they hurriedly asked, I was no match for him. Tu Qianjun smiled bitterly. Chu Mu's talent is outstanding. It's not impossible for him to defeat us. Yan Qingya said. That's right, but that's not the main point. Tu Qianjun smiled bitterly again. The main point is that I was easily defeated. I have a feeling that if Chu Mu is willing, he might not even need 3 sword strikes to defeat me. What? Everyone was shocked. Defeating Tu Qianjun without 3 sword strikes meant that he could defeat them without 3 sword strikes. This gap was too big. Now that Chu Mu has refined 4 drops of berserk sacred blood, his strength must be even more powerful. Tu Qianjun added, It seems that the only one who can defeat Sword Demon Fengwui is Chu Mu. Let's go. He should be coming out of seclusion now. We will personally invite him to fight. Bai Qin stood up and walked outside. The 4th drop of berserk sacred blood was refined by Chu Mu. The entire seclusion room was filled with an incomparably dense white smoke. The terrifyingly high temperature could easily melt refined steel into molten iron. Shortly after, the sound of breathing could be heard. It was like a roaring hurricane, sweeping the white smoke in the secret chamber. It gradually condensed into a ball and exploded with a bang, dissipating into nothingness. Finally, it's all refined. Chu Mu said softly. Inside his body, a powerful force was surging like a dragon. When it burst out, it could destroy mountains and rivers. Late rank 8 peak. Right now, his saint body was much stronger than when he was at mid-rank 8. It's a pity. If I had 2 more drops of berserk sacred blood, I would definitely be able to raise my saint body to peak rank 8. Chu Mu thought. However, the berserk sacred blood was extremely precious. It was a specialty of the slaughtering blood hall. Even the slaughtering blood hall did not have that much. Being able to trade 4 drops to Chu Mu was already a huge amount. My cultivation! Just as he got up, Chu Mu realized that his saint body rank had increased. His Yuan power cultivation had also broken through unknowingly, rising from the initial stage of Eternal Ninth Heavens to the middle stage of Eternal Ninth Heavens. Chu Mu's strength had increased significantly with the combination of his middle stage immemorial Ninth Heaven Yuan energy and late stage 8th rank saint body. Originally, he did not know the limits of his strength. Now he was even more uncertain. He could only confirm that he had not reached the level of a peerless expert. However, he did not know how big the gap was. With the increase in his strength, Chu Mu was even more eager to fight with a strong opponent. Pushing open the door of the secret chamber, Chu Mu walked out and saw the Waning Moon Sword Saint standing outside. Young master, you're out. The Waning Moon Sword Saint hurriedly bowed respectfully and said, The 6 great stars came to look for you once. Looking at their expressions, they seemed to be anxious. Chu Mu nodded his head and strode outside. The 6 great stars had come together and looked anxious. They must not be here to reminisce about the past. Instead, they must be here for something. Brother Chu, you're finally out. Tu Qianjun hurriedly greeted Chu Mu when he saw him. Then his expression changed and he said, Brother Chu, your cultivation! I just broke through. Chu Mu said, It was easier to tell one's Yuan Qi cultivation, but it was harder to tell one's saint body cultivation. With the increase in your cultivation, you will become stronger and have a greater chance of success. Bai Qin said, What chance? Chu Mu was surprised. Chapter 1860. In the hall of the manor, the 7 of them were seated. The little maid Lin Biruo naturally served them tea. So, you're preparing to attack the sword demon sect? Chu Mu said with a smile, That's right. With the current situation, we can't delay any longer. I'm afraid that's what Feng Wui is thinking. He's forcing us to take the initiative. Whether we delay or take the initiative, it's not a good thing for our side. After all, the time wasn't ripe yet. If they rashly attacked the sword demon sect's base, they would undoubtedly enter the enemy's camp. They wouldn't have the advantage in terms of terrain. If the Sword Demon sect made arrangements, it would be even more disadvantageous for the Bright Sun Alliance. However, the current situation couldn't be delayed any longer. Otherwise, the Bright Sun Alliance would collapse without the Sword Demon sect's help. There would be endless internal conflicts, and most of them would be biased towards the Sword Demon sect. Since that's the case, let's do it, said Chumu. His casual tone caused the 6 great stars to be astonished. Brother Chu, you agree? Tu Qianjun repeated. Originally, they thought it wouldn't be so easy to ask Chumu to fight. After all, this wasn't a competition, but a battle of life and death. Moreover, it wasn't a normal battle of life and death. Once they died in battle, their soul would be devoured by the opponent and they would die completely. Therefore, it was extremely dangerous. They had prepared a speech to persuade Chumu, but they didn't expect that their preparations wouldn't be needed. How can I refuse such a thing? Chumu said with a smile. If he took the opportunity to make some requests, the 6 stars would certainly agree. However, Chumu didn't do so because he disdained it. Brother Chu, how strong are you now? He Ju asked. This was the main point. If Chumu wasn't strong enough to fight against Fengwui, he would only be killed by Fengwui. Taking the initiative to attack would be a joke. I don't know. Chumu said honestly. We don't know how strong the Sword Demon Fengwui is. Why don't the 6 of us join forces to fight against Brother Chu? Longsure said. 6 people working together. Tu Qianjun and the others exchanged glances before looking at Chumu. In the past, they were far stronger than Chumu. But now, the 6 of them had to join forces to fight against Chumu alone. The changes in this situation were indescribable. However, they still needed Chumu's approval. Sure. Chumu agreed without hesitation. He hoped that the alliance of the 6 great stars would bring him enough pressure and make him realize the limits of his strength. When Lin Biruo, who was serving him, heard this, she was extremely excited. The 6 great stars teaming up against the unparalleled Sword Star naturally would not be carried out in this small manner. Otherwise, the aftermath of their battle would be enough to completely destroy the entire manor. Lin Biruo, Wan Yue, and Pan Yin also came to watch the battle. In addition, there were many experts from the Slaughtering Blood Manor, as well as the experts from the 5 great stars. When they knew that the 6 great stars were teaming up to fight against Chumu, they were incomparably shocked. The 6 great stars stood in a circle, and Chumu was in the middle of the circle. Brother Chu, back then, when we fought to a draw on Dragon Head Mountain, I knew that we would have to fight again in the future. However, I did not expect that after more than 10 years, the difference in strength between us has become so obvious. You need the 6 of us to work together, said Bai Chen. His indifferent tone was somewhat whining. Hearing Bai Chen's words, Tu Qianjun and the others felt helpless. Who would have thought that this day would come? Chumu only smiled and didn't say anything. Bai Chen had only said a few words. Very quickly he eliminated all distracting thoughts and condensed his aura. His sword origin was activated, and his powerful aura was like a sword. The spiritual sword pointed directly at Chumu, and a shocking sharpness instantly locked onto Chumu. His right hand grasped the air, and the blazing glory spiritual sword appeared in his hand. Sword chi blazed. Everyone's eyes widened because they knew that an intense battle was about to begin. Swish, swish, swish. Sword light filled the air. Silver-white sharp sword light, blood-red tyrannical sword light, black tyrannical sword light, golden sharp sword light, cyan erratic sword light, and fierce black sword light. 6 sword light, with different auras and trajectories, all shot towards Chumu. The moment they attacked, they used their respective sword arts, such as the silver sword art and blood slaughter sword art. They didn't hold back at all. Chumu had seen the silver sword art and blood slaughter sword art before, but it was his first time coming into contact with the other 4 sword arts. Therefore, he didn't use his full strength to counterattack, but used the ghost dragon perplexing track to quickly dodge. His figure was unpredictable, and he used the 13 meteor strikes to resist. The grade of the 13 meteor strikes was obviously not as high as the silver sword art, but it was able to resist and not be at a disadvantage. This showed how amazing Chu Mu's attainments in sword arts were. At the same time, it also showed how powerful Chu Mu was. Alone, and with one sword, Chu Mu was surrounded by the 6 stars and completely resisted their attacks. The 13 meteor strikes seemed to have the help of God, blocking all the attacks from the 6 stars. About half an hour later, Chu Mu's sword trembled and turned into 6 powerful meteors, shooting towards the 6 stars. The speed of the sword was extremely fast, and there was no way to dodge. They could only take it head-on. The impact of the tyrannical power directly repelled the 6 great stars. Everyone, it's better to bring out more strength. Chu Mu said with a faint smile. The 6 stars were indeed very powerful, and each of them had the strength of a bright young sword saint. The 6 of them, working together, could increase their strength by more than 6 times. However, it was still not enough for Chu Mu. The pressure was just a little bit. The 6 stars' expressions were solemn. Just now, they didn't hold back and use their full strength to execute the sword arts they had learned. However, they still couldn't do anything to Chu Mu. It could be seen that Chu Mu's strength had exceeded their imagination. In that case, Brother Chu, I will use the Black Demon Hall's secret sword art. Its power is much stronger than the Black Demon sword art, and it's a killing move. You have to be careful. Black Ju said, Brother Chu, I will use the Blood Slaughter Hall's secret sword art. Tu Qianjun also said with a solemn expression. Although the others didn't say anything, their expressions were solemn. Clearly, they were also planning to use their trump cards. Secret sword art. The 3 saint sects had the 3 saint secret sword art. That was the foundation of the sect. When Long Yunkong used it, even though he had barely reached the entry level, Chu Mu had deduced some information from it. Every sword of the 3 saint secret sword art was a killing move. The power of the first sword, the human saint true image sword, was comparable to the last 3 swords of the silver sword art. Then the last 2 swords would be even more powerful. As a powerful force that was above the 3 saint sects, the 5 city governors' mansions naturally had corresponding fatal sword skills passed down. Moreover, they were even more powerful than the 3 saint secret swords of the 3 saint sects. Because of this, Chu Mu was looking forward to seeing how powerful the secret sword arts of the 5 city lord mansions were. The blood-red light on Tu Qianjuan's body became denser. In the blink of an eye, it had spread to the blood slaughter sword in his hand. The blood slaughter sword was buzzing, and a terrifying killing intent condensed within. It was getting denser and denser. On by Chen's silver sword, the silver light flowed like water, but it also had an amazing sharpness. It was as if there was nothing in the world that could withstand the cutting of this sword. On He Ju's black demon sword, the black light was as dense as ink. It was almost solidified, but a terrifying aura was being nurtured within it. Long Shi raised the long sword in his hand. Holding the hilt with both hands, a strong sword will gushed out. Vaguely, one could hear the sorrowful cry of a dragon. This sword could slay a dragon. Feng Feishi's sword flashed with golden light. It seemed to be still, but in fact it was moving at an amazing speed. When this sword was used, the sword's speed must have reached an amazing extreme. It was impossible to predict and catch, and it had an amazing penetrating power. Finally, it was Yan Qingya's sword. The cyan sword light made people feel absent-minded and unable to concentrate. They would be greatly affected and killed. The secret sword arts of the 5 city lord mansions and the flowing light army, the 6 secret swords, were displayed. Being in it, Chu Mu suddenly felt great pressure. This pressure made him a little excited. It's still not enough. Chu Mu said softly, Yes, the aura of the 6-star lords using their secret swords did indeed make Chu Mu feel pressured. However, this level of pressure was still not enough. Chu Mu was a little troubled. Where was his limit now? As an expert, it was really depressing to not know the limit of one's strength. Unfortunately, the opponent was not strong enough. Without needing to use both swords, Chu Mu only held the blazing brilliant spiritual sword, facing the six-star lord's secret swords. Thousand Army Slaughter, Silver-White Death Sword, Black Demon Slaughter, Dragon Slayer Style, Light Extreme Sword Strike, Qingyan Misty Rain. In an instant, the six stars all drew their swords and displayed the secret sword skills that they had cultivated. The blood-red sword light pierced through the air. Mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Bones floated in the air. One sword could slaughter thousands of soldiers. Killing intent soared to the sky. The silver-white sword light carried with it the intent to kill. It was unstoppable and unavoidable. It directly cut through the void and tore it apart. The black sword light carried with it the intent to kill. Within it, it seemed to contain the terrifying power of a furnace that could destroy all life. The black sword light slashed down. Under the sword light, the shadow of an azure dragon seemed to appear. It struggled under the sword light and was cut in half. The golden sword light was extremely condensed. It was only the size of a pinky finger, but it was extremely sharp. The void was as fragile as paper and was easily pierced through. Furthermore, the speed of the sword light was extremely fast, far surpassing the others. In an instant, it pierced towards Chu Mu's head. Finally, it was the green-colored, misty sword light. It was neither fast nor slow. It spread out like a light rain, filling up an area. Even the power of the soul would be affected. Traces of fine but extremely condensed sword light were hidden within. The killing intent was restrained. Chapter 1861. With Chu Mu as the center, he faced the 6 terrifying sword light attacks. Waning Moon. With a swing of his sword, the sword light turned into a waning moon hanging in the sky. Its faint light shone down and covered the entire area. The 6 stars and their sword light were all sealed in an instant. However, Waning Moon's level was far below the 6 secret swords. It was easily broken through. This little bit of time was more than enough. Chu Mu's figure split into 6, becoming 6 swords that pierced towards the 6 stars. His speed was unfathomable. Stopping there, Chu Mu's figure disappeared and appeared outside the encirclement of the 6 stars. This scene was inconceivable in the eyes of others. However, the 6 stars were the ones who felt it the most. In an instant, they were unable to move under the moonlight. Although they managed to break free, they were still struck by Chu Mu's swords. If Chu Mu wanted to, they would have been injured or even killed. The 6 stars' eyes were filled with complicated light. The 6 of them had worked together but still lost. Moreover, they had lost thoroughly. This meant that Chu Mu's strength was far above theirs. "Brother Chu, I'm convinced." Bai Chun sighed softly and said with a serious expression, "I'm convinced." He Ju, who had always been arrogant, also sighed. Brother Chu's strength should be enough to deal with sword demon Feng Wui. Feng Facia said, "In that case, Brother Chu will deal with Feng Wui, while we deal with the 12 heavenly demons. We'll kill the upper echelon of the sword demon sect in one fell swoop and destroy the sword demon sect. This is a big matter. Let's go to the conference hall." Tu Qianjun said. The news was secretly spread, and the other bright young experts of the 5 city, Lord's Manors, and the Flowing Light Army were summoned. This secret operation was naturally not known by others. Soon, 13 bright young sword saints were gathered. When the 6 bright young sword saints who had rushed over learned that Chu Mu had defeated the combined forces of 6 great stars, they were all extremely shocked and impressed. "Since we've already decided to take the initiative to attack, I think we should use the elite troop strategy. The 13 of us will directly charge into the Sword Devil sect." Tu Qianjun said. A blood-red light flickered in his eyes as killing intent condensed. Once there were too many people, their movements would be affected. The disparity in strength would also affect the battle situation. With only 13 bright young sword saints, they could come and go like the wind, as fast as lightning. Furthermore, they were powerful enough to execute a decapitation operation. As long as they eliminated Sword Demon Feng Wui and the 12 heavenly demons, the Sword Demon School would be finished. That makes sense. Moreover, I think we should spread the news that half a month later, the Bright Sun Alliance will take the initiative to attack the Sword Demon Sect in a large scale and have a decisive battle. Moreover, we should order people to mobilize the Alliance's experts and form an army to be on standby. Hey, Ju chuckled. The 13 of us, on the other hand, will take them by surprise. Everyone expressed their opinions and finally reached a consensus. He immediately issued an order to mobilize the experts of the Bright Sun Alliance to form an army to fight the Sword Demon Sect to the death. Once the order was issued, the originally unstable Bright Sun Alliance temporarily stabilized, and the experts all gathered. 15 days later, the Bright Sun Alliance's expert army would be mobilized. This news was spread out without any concealment. As soon as this news came out, it immediately caused people to smell the scent of a coming storm. A desolate atmosphere pervaded everywhere. The passers-by hurried, and their expressions were either excited or fearful, and so on and so forth. Finally, the decisive battle is coming. The Bright Sun Alliance will definitely destroy the Sword Demon Sect. Let's hope so. A decisive battle to the death? Then let's do it. After Sword Demon Feng Wui received the news, he immediately smiled. Whether or not I can become a king warrior will depend on this. To him, the large-scale attack of the Bright Yang Alliance's experts was extremely beneficial. At that time, he would be able to absorb even more primordial spirits of experts. In the end, the quantitative change would lead to a qualitative change. Finally, he would be able to break through his current shackles and reach a higher level. That was the level of a king. As long as he reached the level of a king warrior, he wouldn't be afraid even if the 7 kings appeared. Feng Wui didn't think about whether this was a scheme or not, because his nature wasn't that of a human, but a demon of the secret realm. His thoughts weren't that complicated, and he didn't have as many schemes as humans. Mobilizing the 12 heavenly demons to disturb people's hearts was already the limit of what he could think of. The code name for this operation is Beheading Demons. Chu Mu said, "This time we can only succeed, not fail. Let's go." Immediately, under Chu Mu's lead, the 13 Bright Sun Sword Saints secretly moved out, heading towards the Sword Demon Sect's headquarters. The strength of the 6 great stars was about the same. Thus, it was very difficult for them to obey each other. Even if it was a joint operation, they could temporarily obey, but they wouldn't be so satisfied in their hearts. In fact, the strength of the 12 Bright Sun Sword Saints of the 5 city, Lord Residences, and the Flowing Light Army were about the same. Only Chu Mu was the most tyrannical, easily defeating the 6 great stars. Strength reigned supreme, so they all followed Chu Mu's lead. Chu Mu didn't decline, and everyone decided on a code name, Beheading Demons, which meant to kill Sword Demon Feng Wui and the 12 heavenly demons. Apart from the 13 of them, no one else knew about their operation. Everyone thought that they were still in the slaughtering blood hall, preparing for the attack half a month later. The speed of the Bright Sun Sword Saints was extremely fast. They rapidly left the slaughtering blood city, heading straight for the Sword Demon Sect's headquarters. The main camp of the Sword Demon Sect was located in one of the camps. That camp had been completely massacred by the sword demons and taken over. It was quite a distance away from the 5 cities, but with the speed of a bright young sword saint, it wouldn't take more than 10 days to reach it. What a powerful demonic aura. Outside the Sword Demon Sect's headquarters, Chu Mu and the rest of the 13 first hid themselves after arriving. They were astonished when they sensed the aura coming from the Sword Demon Sect's headquarters. After the disciples of the Sword Demon Sect passed through the demon transformation pool, their aura would change, carrying a trace of a peculiar aura. This kind of aura was called demonic aura. As the headquarters, there were many disciples of the sword demon sect gathered. Among them, there were quite a few experts of the three great battle forces. Even if each of them only had a trace of demonic aura, when gathered together, it was still extremely shocking. The enormous demonic aura lingered in the surroundings of the sword demon sect's headquarters. Vaguely, a strange green chi pervaded the air like smoke. It didn't disperse, no matter how strong the wind blew. These demonic auras didn't completely fuse together. Therefore, Chu Mu and the rest of the 13 could clearly sense the traces. Among them, 13 were the most powerful. There were also dozens of demonic auras that were extremely powerful. The most powerful demonic aura is probably the demonic aura of the sword demon, Feng Wui. The 12 demonic auras that are second only to Feng Wui have all reached the limit of the bright moon realm. It's very likely that they are the demonic auras of the 12 heavenly demons. Once they completely transform, they will possess the strength of the bright sun realm. Let's try to kill the 12 heavenly monsters before they transform. The 12 heavenly demons that didn't transform would only possess the strength of the peak of the bright moon realm. No matter how powerful they were, they wouldn't be a match for a bright sun sword saint. Perhaps a single sword strike would be enough to kill them, but once they successfully transform, they would immediately possess the strength of a bright sun sword saint. They would definitely be caught in an intense battle. Chu Mu and the rest of the 13 didn't rush into action. Instead, they continued to wait and observe. The 12 heavenly demons are very close to the sword demon, Feng Wui. It won't be easy to kill them in one move. The exact location of the 12 heavenly demons was accurately sensed by the group. They were almost connected together. I'll deal with Feng Wui. You guys choose one person each and kill them with lightning speed. Chu Mu transmitted with his divine soul. All right. After everyone chose their targets, they continued to conceal their auras and sneaked into the sword demon sect's main camp. With their strength as bright sun sword saints, it would be hard to discover them if they deliberately concealed themselves. However, the closer they got to their targets, the more careful they had to be. If they were discovered, the ambush would have failed, and they would have to fight head-on. Close, close, close. Just then, an extremely powerful aura that carried a shocking demonic aura erupted in an instant. It spread out and engulfed the entire camp, covering it completely. It was too sudden and too fast. Even though Chu Mu and the rest tried their best to conceal their auras, that boundless demonic aura swept past their bodies. An icy feeling made their bodies involuntarily shiver. Chu Mu and the rest's expression changed slightly. They had a bad feeling. Shortly after, a tyrannical demonic aura erupted and soared into the sky. There were a total of 13 auras. They were discovered. That aura just now was the one released by the sword demon, Feng Wui. At his level, he had a certain level of perception towards danger. He felt that it was a little strange, so he released his aura and covered the entire camp to investigate. He didn't expect to find something. There were a total of 13 people, and one of them had an extremely obscure aura that was almost impossible to detect. These 13 people were definitely not disciples of the sword demon sect, but outsiders. Although their auras were concealed, they were extremely powerful. In an instant, sword demon Feng Wui understood. Since sword demon Feng Wui had discovered Chu Mu and the rest, the 12 heavenly demons were naturally notified. They immediately transformed into demonic auras and erupted with bright yang rank auras. Shortly after, the 13 figures appeared one after another, alarming the disciples of the sword demon sect in the camp. Intruders. 13. After the 3 great powerhouses of the sword demon sect appeared, they also saw Chu Mu and the rest. After all, although they had restrained their auras and auras, they couldn't completely hide their figures. Kill. Since they had been discovered, there was no need to hide anymore. They directly erupted with tyrannical auras and soared into the sky. It was as if a heavenly sword was hovering in the sky with unparalleled killing intent. Exploding with power and speed, the 13 of them directly attacked Sword Demon Feng Wui and the 12 heavenly demons. Kill them. The 3 great powerhouses of the Sword Demon sect transformed into demonic auras, and their strength increased. They unsheathed their swords and attacked Chu Mu and the rest. However, even if their strength had increased after demonic auras, they had only reached the limits of the Bright Moon rank at most. There was still a clear gap between them and the Bright Yang rank. Chapter 1862. Like flowing light, they were extremely fast. Everything that stood in their way didn't seem to exist in their eyes. Chu Mu locked onto the leader of the 13 people. His powerful demonic chi was as dazzling as the blazing sun. A powerful and sharp aura emerged from Chu Mu's body, locking onto him and confronting him. In the blink of an eye, all the sword light missed. Immediately after, the experts of the Sword Demon sect were stunned, as if they had been struck by lightning. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. One by one, they were torn apart, their primordial spirits shattered and dissipated. Like the flow of time and space, Chu Mu appeared in front of Sword Demon Feng Wui in an instant. The blazing brilliance spiritual sword and the eternal spiritual sword were held in his hands, crossing each other. The sword light was deeply imprinted in the void, blazing and resplendent. Feng Wui was clad in cyan armor. His pupils weren't black, but cyan. They emitted a strange cyan light as he stared at Chu Mu. When Chu Mu appeared in front of him, as if he had teleported, a sinister smile appeared on his face. Facing Chu Mu's blazing cross sword light, Feng Wui flicked his finger. The cyan light shattered the void, hitting the center of the cross sword light. The cross sword light paused for a moment, then shattered inch by inch. When it arrived in front of Feng Wui, it completely shattered, as if it had turned into smoke, disappearing into nothingness. This sword wasn't Chu Mu's full strength. Being shattered by Feng Wui's finger didn't shock Chu Mu. It seemed to be within reason. The 2 swords flashed, and the sword light became endless. Then it divided into 2 rays, slashing down from different angles. These 2 rays of sword light weren't dazzling nor sharp. They looked very ordinary and didn't have the slightest bit of power. Feng Wui's eyes flashed with a trace of seriousness. When one's strength reached Chu Mu's level, a casual sword strike would contain astonishing power. Usually, the stronger the power, the more intense the light, and the more astonishing the aura. However, as the saying goes, when things reach an extreme, they will move in the opposite direction. Chu Mu's 2 swords had reached the pinnacle of his basic swordsmanship, and had also reached a level that other swordsmen could not reach. Feng Wui asked himself, and he knew that his swordsmanship had not reached such a level. However, it didn't mean that one would be powerful just because they were skilled in swordsmanship. Swordsmanship was only a part of one's strength and not everything. He raised his hand and chopped down. A wisp of green demonic sword light slashed towards Chu Mu with an extremely tragic momentum. In the face of Chu Mu's double sword attack, Feng Wui didn't have any intention of dodging. Instead, he fought back with the intention of perishing together. Chu Mu naturally wouldn't exchange his life for Feng Wui's. His figure dodged under the green demonic sword light. The void was split open by the green sword light, and a pitch-black crack appeared. Judging from this sword strike, Feng Wui had already reached an astonishing level in terms of pure strength. 1 against 10 with brute strength. No matter how ever-changing one's techniques were, it would be difficult to be effective against an overly powerful opponent. However, regardless of strength or technique, they were all relative. The battle between the 2 had just begun, and it was too early to say who would win and who would lose. As Chu Mu and Feng Wui battled, the 12 heavenly demons also battled the 12 bright sun, sword saints of the Bright Sun Alliance. The 12 heavenly demons didn't look like humans after their demon transformation. Instead, they looked like demons. Their weapons were incomparably sharp claws that could easily tear space apart. After losing the opportunity to ambush, they could only fight head-on. Bright Sun Sword Saints against Bright Sun Sword Saints. In a situation where the difference in strength wasn't too great, it wasn't that easy to kill the other party. Fortunately, this wasn't one of the 5 great cities, but the Sword Demon Sect's headquarters. Therefore, they didn't have to hold back at all. They displayed their sword arts to their heart's content and attacked to their heart's content. They didn't care about causing destruction to the surroundings. The strength of a bright young sword saint was extremely tyrannical and terrifying. Every strike of his was extremely destructive, capable of easily severing mountains, splitting rivers and seas. The earth cracked and buildings collapsed in all directions. It was a ghastly sight. The disciples of the Sword Demon Sect, who couldn't dodge in time, were all killed and turned into ashes. The experts of the Bright Sun Alliance didn't hold back, and the 12 heavenly demons of the Sword Demon Sect didn't hold back either. Once they held back, it could mean death. As for the destruction of the Sword Demon Sect's headquarters and the deaths of the Sword Demon Sect's disciples, it didn't matter to them as long as Sword Demon Feng Wui didn't die. In just the beginning of the battle, at least a few thousand disciples of the Sword Demon Sect had been killed. Jia. The strength of Sword Star is only Esoso. One of the heavenly demons laughed strangely as he attacked with his claws. Claw shadows covered the sky and covered the surroundings. It was as if they had turned into a sky surrounding Feng Feisha. Astonishing killing intent shuttled back and forth, drifting unpredictably as it attacked Feng Feisha. Feng Feisha brandished his sword light, but the blade couldn't be seen. Only incomparably sharp sword light pierced through the void and clashed with the claw shadows. Facing his opponent's ridicule and provocation, Feng Feisha didn't say a word and replied with the sword in his hand. The strength of the 12 heavenly demons wasn't too different. Under their demon transformation, they had reached the level of Bright Sun Sword Saint. Therefore, when facing Long Huan and the other 4 veteran Bright Sun Sword Saints, they weren't as relaxed as when facing the 6 stars. They were at a slight disadvantage and were slightly suppressed, but they were still able to resist. Their duty wasn't to kill the opponent, but to delay the opponent and let the demon lord kill the opponent. At that time, no one would be able to escape. The 12 experts of the Bright Sun Alliance also understood that the battle between Chu Mu and Feng Wui was the decisive battle. Their role was to delay the 12 heavenly demons and prevent them from interfering, creating a better battle environment for Chu Mu. However, it would be best if they could kill the opponent. Blood red sword light, silver sword light, golden sword light. The sword light was incomparably sharp, tyrannical, and sharp. In the blink of an eye, Chu Mu and Feng Wui had exchanged thousands of moves. The sword light that couldn't be formed surrounded them. That astonishing power was something that even the 6-star experts couldn't get close to. When the 2 swords collided, Chu Mu immediately felt a strange power rush through the sword into his arm. It was blocked by his sword origin, but there was another power that his sword origin and saint body couldn't resist. It was heading straight for his primordial spirit. Mobilizing his primordial spirit, the bronze primordial spirit shone brightly. Under the rotation of the 7-colored ring, the strange power that shot towards his primordial spirit was instantly defeated. Long Huan of the dragon-slaying manor had fought with Feng Wui before and was injured by him. Therefore, he knew that Feng Wui's attacks had the characteristic of attacking the primordial spirit. It was that strange power that he had already told Chu Mu. Time and time again, the improvement of his origin power cultivation and the breakthrough of saint body cultivation passively led to the improvement of Chu Mu's primordial spirit from the intermediate level 4 to the peak level 4. Because Chu Mu's soul was stronger, his peak level 4 primordial spirit was even more powerful. With the help of the primordial spirit secret treasure, it was comparable to, or even better than an ordinary early level 5 primordial spirit. An early level 5 primordial spirit wasn't considered high for someone with Chu Mu's strength. It could even be considered very low. But there was no other way. The cultivation of the primordial spirit was more difficult than the cultivation of the Saint Body Tao. It was too difficult to raise the primordial spirit without any supplementary treasures. It required too much time and energy. Moreover, the bright moon-hovering sky secret technique that Chu Mu cultivated had the best cultivation environment under a bright moon. In the land of exile, there was no bright moon. Moreover, in the land of exile, only the Green Demon Mansion had a deeper understanding of the primordial spirit path. The other primordial spirit cultivation paths were very shallow. But even the Green Demon Mansion's primordial spirit cultivation path couldn't be compared to the deep blue world. The primordial spirit cultivation path was very difficult to begin with. Cultivation methods were also very rare, and talented cultivators were even rarer. Because the cultivators in the land of exile had to fight against the ferocious and powerful sinners, they needed to raise their strength as quickly as possible. The primordial spirit cultivation path was the most suitable. Moreover, sinners didn't have the so-called primordial spirit. Therefore, no matter how powerful the primordial spirit cultivation path was, it couldn't cause much harm to sinners. Various reasons led to the primordial spirit cultivation path being difficult to flourish in the land of exile. The primordial spirit cultivation path in the Green Demon Mansion was only a supplementary method. Because of this, Chu Mu was able to withstand Sword Demon Feng Wui's attack with his primordial spirit defense secret technique that was comparable to an early level 5 primordial spirit. This was also because Feng Wui's primordial spirit attack wasn't pure enough. It was only a supplementary attack. Looks like your primordial spirit is very powerful. It must be very delicious. Feng Wui's attacks didn't affect Chu Mu's primordial spirit at all. He immediately knew that Chu Mu's primordial spirit was very powerful. It wasn't something his attacks could shake. The stronger the primordial spirit, the more power it contained. After devouring it, the benefits would also be greater. Feng Wui was now at a limit. If he wanted to break through this limit, he would need a huge amount of power. Other than a huge amount of power, he also needed a sufficient amount of quality. Therefore, the stronger the primordial spirit, the greater the benefits it would bring him. The sword technique that Feng Wui was using was the Thunder Hibernation sword technique. However, there was an obvious difference between the Thunder Hibernation sword technique now and the Thunder Hibernation sword technique in the past. The speed of the sword was faster, and the explosive power was more powerful. Under the same amount of power, the destructive power was at least several times higher. Heart sword as one. Everything within a radius of 10 meters was under the control of Chu Mu. No matter how fast Feng Wui's sword was, it couldn't escape from the grasp of Chu Mu's heart sword. Dodging, defending, and counterattacking, the sword was where the heart was. The two swords seemed to be everywhere. They could attack at any time. In terms of sword technique, Feng Wui was inferior to Chu Mu. Under the heart sword as one, the two swords hit Feng Wui's body from the front and back. However, they were blocked by the armor on his body. It was difficult to break through. Moreover, a strong rebounding force burst out from Sword Demon Feng Wui's armor. It bounced off Chu Mu's two swords and followed the two swords to attack Chu Mu's arms. The muscles on his arms trembled slightly, immediately dispersing the rebounding force. Borrowing the remaining force, the two swords attacked at an even faster speed, piercing towards Feng Wui's eyes. The sword light was reflected in Feng Wui's eyes and filled the entire world. Chapter 1863. Feng Wui's green armor was extremely tough and had an amazing defensive power. When he was hit, he would send out a force to attack the opponent. It had the ability to defend and counterattack, making it difficult to deal with. The green armor covered his entire body, providing Feng Wui with the greatest protection and allowing him to attack with more ease. Feng Wui's hibernation sword art had already surpassed its original level and had reached a level that was comparable to, or even better than, the silver sword art. It was a top inherited sword art and was extremely powerful. The fine green sword light was like a thunderbolt and contained an amazing power. It tore through the sky and made ear-piercing roars, directly exploding in the ears and directly attacking the primordial spirit. Those whose primordial spirits were not strong enough would be shaken and feel dizzy, unable to concentrate. Every time a bolt of azure lightning exploded, it would tear the void apart and leave behind a series of pitch-black cracks. Sword Demon Feng Wui's hibernation sword art had become a destructive sword art and did not contain anything else. Chu Mu felt the pressure, a huge pressure. This pressure did not make him feel afraid or fearful, but excited and excited. This is the opponent that I have been looking for. Chu Mu thought to himself. The divine wilderness sword essence was fully mobilized and surged between his meridians. It was like the water of a great river, rolling and roaring endlessly. The 8th rank late stage, Saint Body's power was agitated wave after wave. Under the bulging muscles, it condensed into a winding dragon. Under the technique of Qi power unification, the two types of power were completely integrated and the power was multiplied. At this moment, Chu Mu released all of his power without holding back. This was the first time he had used his full power since returning from Sin City. Wind and clouds gathered, thunder and lightning filled the sky, and the sky changed color. In an instant, the aura that gushed out from Chu Mu's body shook all directions, shocking the 12 experts and the 12 heavenly demons of the Bright Sun Alliance who were in the midst of the intense battle. Is this Brother Chu's strength? So strong, so strong. It's too terrifying. With such strength, I am not his match at all. The 12 powerhouses of the Bright Sun Alliance thought to themselves as they were shocked. The shock in the hearts of the 6 stars was even more indescribable. When the 6 of them were defeated by Chu Mu, they felt that Chu Mu's strength was already very terrifying. However, they never imagined that Chu Mu's true strength would be so tyrannical. Just the aura that he was emitting at this time was enough to suppress them, making it difficult for them to have the heart to resist. The 12 heavenly demons were shocked beyond words. Such an aura was so powerful that it could kill them with a single sword strike. How could they not be afraid? Feng Wui also had an extremely shocked expression on his face. Shortly after, an incomparably blazing demonic qi soared up into the sky, like a blazing sun hanging in the sky, vast and mighty. That demonic qi was blazing hot, vigorous, and ferocious, as if it could suppress the entire world. It clashed with Chu Mu's aura, an invisible confrontation, a roaring storm, a raging tsunami, capable of destroying everything. Under the collision of the two's auras, the sword demon sect's base collapsed one after another. It was as if an invisible hurricane had swept through, destroying everything. The ground trembled, and cracks appeared one after another. The corpses of the sword demon sect's disciples fell into the cracks, as if they were devoured by a giant beast. The 12 Bright Sun Alliance's powerhouses and the 12 heavenly demons could not withstand the impact of such aura. They had no choice but to temporarily stop and retreat far away. Otherwise, not to mention fighting, they would not even be able to withstand it. If the battle dragged on, they might even be injured. Even though they had retreated far away, they did not have the heart to continue fighting at this moment because the impact was too great. Could it be that they have already surpassed the Bright Sun realm? The crowd could not help but have such a thought, but they felt that it was impossible. Surpassing the Bright Sun realm meant that they had already reached the King realm. For tens of thousands of years, there had only been 7 king inheritances in the land of exile. There had never been an 8th king realm expert. I did not expect your strength to reach the half-king realm. Feng Wui could not stop laughing. A half-king realm expert was above the Bright Sun realm, but not as strong as a true King Realm expert. It was just a title. Half King Realm, huh? Chu Mu repeated in a low voice. Above the three great powers was the King Realm. Perhaps this half-King Realm was only defined by Sword Demon Feng Wui himself. However, it was very appropriate to describe it. After all, even a peak Bright Sun Realm expert was not as strong as Yixuan. Above the half-King Realm is the true King Realm. That is the realm of absolute powerhouses. I am already very close to it. Chu Mu thought to himself. He was in high spirits. In an instant, his aura seemed to have increased by a notch. His hands trembled slightly, and the two swords shook the void. A buzzing sound spread out in all directions, shaking the heavens and earth. The void around the swords started to crumble inch by inch because it could not withstand the powerful force. Pitch-black scars appeared and disappeared continuously. It looked very strange. Yi Shiwen's figure flashed and disappeared from everyone's eyes. He instantly appeared beside Feng Wui and attacked with his two swords. Meteor Bright Moon, the combination of the stars and the moon. Its power was unparalleled and unparalleled. Feng Wui smiled evilly. His eyes flickered with green light. Two incomparably sharp sword light shot out. The long sword in his hand vibrated, and terrifying lightning wreaked havoc. It surrounded the surroundings and shattered Chu Mu's figure. That was just an afterimage. It circled around at an extremely fast speed. There were countless afterimages and countless sword light. Both sides' speed had reached the extreme. The 12 heavenly demons and the 12 powerhouses of the Bright Sun Alliance could not catch up to them. Cloud-piercing. Chu Mu's figure suddenly stopped. It was as if he was fixed in the void. Thousands of clouds emerged from the depths of the void and spread out in all directions. Feng Wui's figure was also trapped in it. Then, it seemed as if specks of starlight had appeared amidst the myriad of clouds and mist. A beam of extremely condensed sword light seemed to have emerged from the ancient times. It broke through the darkness and eternity and arrived in this world. It silently shot towards Feng Wui at an indescribable speed. Where the sword light passed, specks of starlight gathered, causing the sword light to flicker. Its power was further enhanced. This sword was the cloud-piercing sword style. It was also the cloud-piercing sword style that had integrated the essence of the 15th move of the 13 meteor strikes. Its power was even more powerful. Since comprehending the essence of the heart and sword as one, Chu Mu had cultivated other sword techniques in order to integrate the heart and sword as one into his self-created sword style. The 13 meteor strikes, the moon cutting technique, and the lone peak sword technique had been comprehended and improved time and time again. Now he had successfully integrated the heart and sword as one into the cloud-piercing sword style. Where the heart willed, the sword would follow. The speed of the sword had reached the extreme, and its power had also reached the extreme. Such a sword style, could not be resisted. Feng Wui had only just reacted when the silent sword light had already shot towards his head. It wanted to pierce through it. The cloud-piercing sword style was originally very powerful. After integrating the essence of the 13 meteor strikes, its power was further enhanced. It had completely reached the limit of the inherited level. The next step would be the king level. Feng Wui felt a strong threat. In his shock, he hurriedly tried his best to dodge. Chu Mu's sword hit his chest. The armor on his body displayed an amazing defense, but it was still pierced through by Chu Mu's sword. It went straight for his heart. With a backhand sword, he slashed towards Chu Mu. It was like a green thunderbolt descending from the sky, destroying all life on Earth. Even though it lacked transformations, its power was extremely shocking. It was not inferior to the cloud-piercing sword style at all. Sword or a shadow, the real body appeared. It was unknown when the sword was raised high. Sword light spread, gathered, condensed, and converged. A kind of aura that could cut through everything spontaneously rose and spread out. Dao Cutter Sword Style. In the past few years, Chu Mu had not only successfully integrated the heart and sword as one into the cloud-piercing sword style, but also into the Dao Cutter Sword Style. The cloud-piercing sword style, Dao Cutter Sword Style, and so on were sword styles of the same level. Successfully integrating one of them and then the other sword styles would be much less difficult and easier to do. In terms of power, the Dao Cutter Sword Style was stronger than the cloud-piercing sword style. However, its speed was much slower. However, Chu Mu seized the opportunity for this attack. The sword slashed down. The converged sword light looked very ordinary, but it contained a kind of terrifying aura that could cut the sky and split the earth. Feng Wui's expression changed greatly. His eyes once again shot out green sword light towards Chu Mu. He raised the long sword in his hand and supported it with both hands, trying to block Chu Mu's slash. The eternal spiritual sword in his left hand shook and shattered 2 green sword light. The blazing glory spiritual sword's slash did not reduce in the slightest. Break! Chu Mu roared. Light shot out from his eyes like a divine sword unsheathed. The momentum of this slash seemed to be even stronger. The moment they came into contact, Feng Wui's arms trembled. The sword he had raised bent in the middle and then broke. The instant defense allowed Feng Wui to seize the opportunity to retreat. However, he wasn't able to completely avoid the attack. Chu Mu's sword still slashed across his chest, forcibly cutting open the astonishing defensive cyan armor, injuring his body and causing blood to spurt out. Feng Wui rapidly retreated. The injuries on his body healed rapidly. Damn it, my human body is restricting my strength. Feng Wui was furious. His essence was that of a fierce demon from the Black God's secret realm. The fierce demon body was the most suitable body for him to display his strength. If he wanted to sneak into the human race, he would not have given up his own body and taken over a human's body. Although the human body was also very good, it would limit the use of some of his techniques. Before, this wasn't important because no one was his opponent. Now, under the same strength, Chu Mu's sword technique was much more exquisite than his. That sword technique was difficult to dodge and difficult to defend against. His body's weakness was revealed. If he could reach the king realm, he would be able to reform his body into a fierce demon body. At that time, he would be able to display his strength to the extreme. Feng Wui retreated while Chu Mu advanced. His 2 swords were like the wings of an eagle. His speed increased, and his killing intent could destroy the world. He appeared in front of Feng Wui. Good. Brother Chu, kill him. The 12 experts of the Bright Sun Alliance were overjoyed. It seemed that Chu Mu had gained the upper hand. Although they did not know how Chu Mu gained the upper hand, it was not important. Demon Lord. Burn my demon body, Demon Lord will not die. Chapter 1864. Aside from his trump card, Chu Mu's strength had reached its peak by releasing all of his strength. Half-king level, a level that surpassed the limits of the Bright Yang realm, a level that was infinitely close to the king level. A sword that pierced through the clouds, and a sword that chopped through the path immediately put Feng Wui at a disadvantage. His 2 swords went berserk, and his strength erupted like a volcano, turning into a torrent of magma that surged and poured out without holding back. The blazing, breathtaking, and resplendent sword light was unending. It was as if the Milky Way was pouring down from the 9th heaven, and all of it crashed into Feng Wui's body. Waves of powerful recoil force crashed into Chu Mu's 2 swords from the shockingly defensive armor. However, Chu Mu used a unique technique to make the 2 swords even faster and even more berserk. The armor on Feng Wui's body was already incomplete after being split apart by the cloud-piercing sword form and the path-severing sword form. Facing Chu Mu's incomparably berserk attacks, it was unable to completely resist. Gradually, cracks began to appear, and it shattered. Without the protection of the armor, Feng Wui's body could not withstand Chu Mu's berserk two swords, no matter how strong his body was. Every sword carried the combination of Chu Mu's divine wilderness sword essence and the power of the sage body. The power of every sword was unbelievably strong, and it was integrated into the heart and sword as one. Every sword was extremely fast and accurate, displaying the speed, accuracy, and ferocity of the sword technique to the fullest. Sword after sword slashed Feng Wui's body, shattering it. The two swords crossed, and the blazing cross-sword light was like a red-hot iron, directly imprinting into the void, slashing Feng Wui's body. It passed through his body and disappeared into the void behind Feng Wui. Feng Wui's body was split into 4 parts, falling down. We won. We killed him. Burn my demon body, the demon lord will not die. The 12 heavenly demons all chanted, and a little green flame emerged from the depths of their demon bodies, rapidly spreading throughout their bodies and out of their bodies, burning fiercely. Kill. When the 12 powerhouses of the Bright Yang Alliance saw this, their expressions changed drastically. They were afraid that something unexpected would happen, so they immediately attacked with their swords. However, the sword light penetrated the green flames without causing any damage. Immediately, the 12 heavenly demons turned into green flames and shot toward Feng Wui, who had been cut into 4 pieces and entered his body. A sudden change occurred. Feng Wui's body reassembled and became whole again. The shattered green armor on his body was also completely restored. He didn't seem to have suffered any injuries as he reappeared in front of Chu Mu. A series of all-out attacks had put a certain burden on Chu Mu. When Feng Wui's body had been cut into 4 pieces, Chu Mu had let out a sigh of relief. He had thought that he would be able to kill Feng Wui, but he hadn't expected such a change. You won't be able to kill me. Feng Wui laughed. His green demonic chi made threatening gestures like a dancing dragon. What answered him was a blazing and berserk, cross-shaped sword light. Chu Mu attacked again. In his life, he had encountered many opponents. These opponents were either powerful or had other abilities. The so-called immortality was only a relative term. There was no such thing as immortality. Even the eternal force wasn't absolutely eternal. After receiving the support of the 12 heavenly demons, Feng Wui had not only completely recovered, but a faint green flame covered his body, making his aura more powerful and condensed. Demonic fire wings. With a low shout, the green flame on Feng Wui's body surged and condensed on his back, eventually turning into a pair of green flame wings. With the demonic fire wings on his body, Feng Wui's speed suddenly increased. In a flash, he dodged Chu Mu's 2 swords, and with a turn, the long sword burning with faint green flames tore through the void. Thunder and fire intertwined, and killing intent surged like a tide. Chu Mu's pupils slightly trembled. Feng Wui's speed had shocked him. Feng Wui's counterattack was too fast, and the angle was mysterious. Chu Mu couldn't dodge and could only block. When the attack hit, an incomparably huge force sent Chu Mu flying. His body was like a cannonball, and he instantly flew a few hundred meters, leaving a white trace in the void. Join hands. The 6 star sovereigns and 6 veteran Bright Yang sword saints immediately reacted. Their opponents, the 12 heavenly demons, had turned into demonic fire to support Feng Wui. Not only did Feng Wui come back to life, but he also became stronger. Chu Mu was actually sent flying by a single sword. They couldn't just sit and watch. In an instant, the 12 Bright Yang sword saints displayed their secret sword skills. 1,000 army slaughter, silver white death sword, black demon slaughter, aurora sword strike, dragon slaying style, cyan beauty misty rain, sword light of different colors, the 12 secret sword light, tore through the sky and locked onto Feng Wui. Insignificant tricks. Feng Wui sneered disdainfully. Not long ago, The 6-star sovereigns had joined hands and displayed such tyrannical secret sword skills, but they couldn't do anything to Chu Mu. One had to know that Chu Mu hadn't displayed his full strength at that time. But now, Feng Wui's strength was only stronger than Chu Mu's when he was at his peak. Feng Wui didn't dodge at all. The cyan longsword in his hand burned with cyan demonic fire. With a light shake, it turned into 12 sword light, tearing through the sky. The cyan sword light was even faster and more dazzling than lightning. It tore through the sky and shattered the 12 secret sword skills. The aftershock hadn't dissipated yet, and it attacked the 12 bright young sword saints, hitting their bodies. This sword not only destroyed the secret sword skills, but also sent the 12 bright young sword saints flying. Lightning and flames coiled around their bodies, wreaking havoc, instantly injuring them. The gap was too big, so big that it made them despair. Even if the 12 of them joined hands to form a battle formation, they were still no match for Feng Wui. Even if they didn't die, Feng Wui's demonic energy was wreaking havoc in their bodies. They had to use all their strength to suppress it. Thus, they couldn't fight anymore. "I want your primordial spirits." Feng Wui's voice drifted from far to near, as if it was right beside their ears. Immediately, everyone felt their yuan spirits tremble as if they were being sucked away by a force. It was as if they were about to leave their bodies, which made them extremely shocked. This was Feng Wui attacking their yuan spirits. He wanted to grab and devour their yuan spirits. Once their yuan spirits were pulled out, they would die without a doubt. Injured and unable to resist, everyone fell into despair. They thought that they were going to die this time. Unexpectedly, the suction force was forcefully cut off. Chu Mu attacked again. From the time he was sent flying to the time when the 12 bright young sword saints were injured and their yuan spirits were almost pulled out, only a short moment had passed. However, Chu Mu had already adjusted himself and equipped himself with his silver divine equipment. He activated the demon-suppressing armor, and his strength increased by several times. He became even more powerful and faster as he charged forward. Facing Chu Mu, Feng Wui didn't dare to relax. He had to fight with his full strength, not to mention Chu Mu, who was equipped with the silver god armor. With the demonic fire wings, Feng Wui's speed became even faster. With the silver god armor, Chu Mu's speed also increased. Fight, fight, fight! The two figures almost disappeared completely. In the sky and on the ground, they collided everywhere. Every time they collided, there would be a dazzling sword light. Every time they collided, a piece of space would shatter. The 12 of them opened their eyes wide. Even if they were injured and couldn't use their full strength, their eyesight was still outstanding. However, they couldn't see anything. The shock in their hearts was indescribable. Chu Mu gradually grasped the rhythm and slowly guided Feng Wui into his own rhythm. Feng Wui was injured again and again, but the demonic fire on his body would heal him instantly. It seemed like he was immortal. There is no such thing as immortality. Chu Mu thought. Sword domain activate. Under the sword domain, it covered an area, and Chu Mu's strength and speed were strengthened again. Sword domain change. With a low chant, the sword domain was activated. A part of the sword domain's power immediately condensed on the two swords in Chu Mu's hands, causing the two swords to possess the characteristics of the sword domain. After more than 7 years, Chu Mu's application of the sword domain had improved further. After integrating a part of the sword domain's power, the power of the swords increased by at least 3 to 4 times. Chu Mu named it Sword Domain Change. It can still be improved. Feng Wui was incomparably shocked. Cloud Piercer. Cutting Dao. The two swords attacked together. Under the control of the heart and sword as one, 2 powerful sword moves attacked Feng Wui's body. Although the cyan armor's defensive power was strong, it couldn't withstand the attack of Chu Mu's 2 swords. It was broken again, and the body was injured. The demonic fire burned, and the body quickly healed. Chu Mu keenly sensed that the demonic fire seemed to have weakened. As expected, Chu Mu thought the so-called immortality was relative. The demonic fire gave Feng Wui immortality, but it was constantly consumed. If it wasn't replenished, the demonic fire might be used up after a few more times. Sword God descends. After more than 7 years, the power of Sword God descends had recovered by more than half. It could be used again. The sharpness increased tenfold. Under the sword, domain change. The space under the swords was directly locked. The terrifying binding power affected Feng Wui's body, causing his speed to drop sharply. It was even harder to dodge. Countless sword light poured out, bombarding Feng Wui's body. Unable to dodge, the armor on his body was shattered again. Chu Mu had the advantage, completely suppressing Feng Wui. "You can't kill me." Feng Wui's voice came out, trying to shake Chu Mu's conviction with words. "You can't die because of the demonic fire on your body. When the demonic fire is exhausted, you will die." Chu Mu's voice also entered Feng Wui's ears, causing Feng Wui's face to change. "Stop!" Feng Wui panicked. "Quickly stop!" He didn't want to die. He still wanted to become a king, a supreme existence. Chu Mu didn't care at all. Sword after sword, he continuously weakened the demon fire on Feng Wui's body. Although each strike was very weak, Chu Mu's sword speed was extremely fast, and each strike was fatal. In a breath of time, there were at least a few hundred swords that struck Feng Wui's body, causing sufficient damage and consuming the demon fire's energy. Last sword, Heaven's Might. Raging brilliance, Spirit Sword was raised high. Thunder rumbled in the sky, as if the heaven was angry. A mighty pressure descended, immobilizing Feng Wui. Chapter 1865. Thunder rumbled like the wrath of the heavens. It was as if the heavens were about to collapse and destroy all life. Heaven's might was unstoppable. This was Chu Mu's strongest sword move. Although he had yet to integrate the essence of heart and sword as one into the Heaven's Might sword style, its power was still unparalleled. Heart and sword as one could make the sword move faster, more accurate and more ruthless. But Chu Mu's countless sword attacks had already caused enough damage to Feng Wui, causing his body to stiffen. He couldn't react in time and couldn't dodge the Heaven's Might sword style. Slash! Thunder rumbled. Invincible, and all living things were destroyed. Feng Wui could only watch in horror. He was powerless to dodge or resist. The demonic fire dissipated and his body shattered, turning into a rain of blood and flesh. Only a heart-like core was left. Indeed, a fierce demon. Chu Mu looked at the heart-like core. It was similar to the core of a fierce demon in the black, mysterious realm. Break! The sword was as fast as the wind and as fierce as lightning, striking the core. The core was extremely hard, at least 100 times harder than the black, mysterious realm's silver-horned fierce demon's core. But it couldn't block Chu Mu's sword. After the core was broken, an indescribably pure energy spread out. Chu Mu circulated his cultivation technique, and a suction force sucked the incomparably pure energy into his body. It followed the divine wilderness sword essence and circulated in his meridians. Chu Mu immediately felt that his cultivation base, which had just broken through to the middle stage of Wangun Ninth Heaven, was rapidly stabilizing and increasing. Soon, he reached the peak of the middle stage of Wangun Ninth Heaven. He was just a hair's breadth away from the late stage. Within a year, my cultivation base will definitely break through to the late stage. Chu Mu thought to himself, this could be considered a great harvest after killing Feng Wui. Of course, there was also Feng Wui's spatial ring. Who knows? There might be many good things in it. Sword Demon Feng Wui was dead, and so were the 12 heaven demons. The top 3 experts of the Sword Demon sect were all killed right from the start. Thousands of powerful disciples died. It could be said that the Sword Demon sect only existed in name now. After all, The disciples who were able to stay in Sword Demon Sect's headquarters were all powerful, but now they were all dead. Brother Chu, you're really too powerful. You're the strongest person below the 7 kings. Long Huan sighed sincerely on the way back. After adjusting their breathing, their injuries were basically healed. Feng Wu-yi is also very strong, Chu Mu said. His tone was somewhat regretful. What he regretted was that Feng Wu-yi had a formidable strength, but he was unable to display it to the fullest extent. In terms of strength, Feng Wu-yi was not inferior to Chu Mu at all. In terms of talent, he was indeed talented. Just look at his thunder hibernation, swordsmanship. After modification, its power had reached the limit of the inherited level. It was even more powerful than the silver sword technique. It was very powerful, but unfortunately the time was too short. The vicious demon was a kind of intelligent life form, and so was the human race. Although they both had a head, 2 arms, and 2 legs, there was a clear difference in essence. It wasn't easy to control a body that didn't belong to the same race. There would be various restrictions, and it would often take a long time to adapt and completely grasp it. It had only been a dozen years since the vicious demon obtained Feng Wu-yi's body. It was a very short time. Moreover, he focused more on the improvement of his strength. The speed of improvement was too fast, and there wasn't enough time to adjust. In just a dozen years, it was already very shocking to be able to raise an inherited level sword technique to the limit of the inherited level. If Feng Wu-yi was given a few dozen or 100 years to adjust his body properly, it would be even more difficult for Chu Mu to win if they fought under the same strength. It could be said that the outcome of the battle would be unpredictable, but no matter what, there was no doubt about Feng Wu-yi's strength. If it were other bright young experts, they wouldn't be his opponent at all. Not to mention techniques. Feng Wu-yi had an absolute advantage in terms of strength. No one died this time. Although the 12 bright young experts were all injured, they were able to kill Feng Wu-yi. After quickly returning to the slaughtering blood hall, they collectively appeared and announced the death of Sword Demon Feng Wu-yi and the 12 heavenly demons. They ordered the Bright Yang Alliance to move out and hunt down the remaining disciples of the Sword Demon Sect. For a moment, the whole world was shocked. The Sword Demon Sect that ran rampant under the heavens made countless people fearful and anxious. It was unknown how many massacres they had caused, but today they were actually eradicated. The strongest and most ferocious person, known as the First Sword Star, the strongest expert of the younger generation, the strongest person under the 7 kings, Sword Demon Feng Wu-yi, was actually dead. He was killed. How shocking was this? And when the news spread that the one who killed Sword Demon Feng Wu-yi was Chu Mu, the shock was even greater. Everywhere in the 5 great cities, people were talking about Chu Mu. The name Chu Mu was deeply ingrained in people's hearts. I knew it. He wouldn't die so easily. Unparalleled Sword Star, unparalleled Sword Star. The name Unparalleled lives up to his name. Who can compare to him? Not only is he unparalleled in the younger generation, but in the older generation, other than the 7 kings, who can be his opponent? The 7 stars know the unparalleled Sword Star is already far ahead. He has completely surpassed the 6 stars, the strongest person under the 7 kings. Perhaps he will become the 8th king. Chu Mu, who had completely become the center of attention, was currently cultivating in the manner. No matter how much praise, no matter how much glory in Chu Mu's eyes, it was all empty like bubbles. For example, Sword Demon Feng Wu-yi had great strength and was above the 6 stars. He was known as the strongest expert of the younger generation, the strongest person under the 7 kings. However, after he was killed by Chu Mu, all the praise fell on Chu Mu's head. He was like a stepping stone for Chu Mu. Chu Mu understood very clearly that strength was the only thing that mattered. The Waning Moon Sword Saint, the Rock Sword Saint, and the little maid Lin Biro were different. They were very happy and excited. It was completely from the bottom of their hearts. It was as if they were the ones being praised. The Sword Demon Sect was a huge threat to everyone. Now that it had been eradicated, only a few disciples of the sword demon sect were still wandering around, lingering at death's door. They were like street rats that everyone wanted to kill. Once they were discovered, they would be immediately killed. Some of the disciples of the sword demon sect had no choice but to leave the 5 cities. A few months later, it was very difficult to find any traces of the sword demon sect's disciples within the 5 major cities. Those who were dead were all dead, and those who were still alive were either far away from the 5 major cities or had completely hidden themselves, not daring to appear in front of others. The aura on his body fluctuated, and then in an instant it became much stronger, reaching a higher level. I finally broke through, Chu-Mu thought. Almost a year had passed since he had killed Feng Wuyi. His Yuan Qi cultivation had successfully risen from the peak of the middle 9 heaven stage to the late 9 heaven stage as he had expected. The increase in cultivation brought with it an increase in strength. The late 9 heaven stage and the peak 9 heaven stage are only a small level away. There is still a little more than 10 years before the time we agreed on. That should be enough. What I lack now is the cultivation of the path of the divine body. The cultivation of the sacred body path had always been Chu-Mu's vexation. Without a suitable technique, it was a huge drawback. Without a suitable technique, it would be extremely difficult to improve. In reality, even if there was a suitable technique, it wouldn't be easy to cultivate. It would often require a long period of time and energy to accumulate. Cultivation techniques, resources, and time were all indispensable. It just so happened that Chu-Mu lacked these 3 things. It was too difficult to improve a divine body that was close to the peak of the late 8 heaven stage. It is still unknown whether I can reach the peak of the 8 heaven stage in 10 years, Chu-Mu thought to himself. Although the half-monarch stage was second only to the king stage, the difference between a half-monarch and a real monarch was obvious. Even if his Yuan Qi cultivation had reached the peak of the 9 heaven stage, Chu-Mu was sure that his strength was still not comparable to a real, peerless expert. Therefore, the cultivation of the divine body was very important. Today, Long Yun Kong came again. His cultivation had obviously improved, but it was within the normal range of a genius. "Brother Chu, good news," Long Yun Kong said with a smile as soon as he arrived. "It's good news that Brother Long is here," Chu-Mu said with a smile. "Haha, the sect master asked me to bring the 3 saints' secret sword to you," Long Yun Kong said with a smile. "What's the condition?" Chu-Mu asked. This was indeed a pleasant surprise. It was good news, but he had to ask clearly. "No conditions," Long Yun Kong said with a smile. Chu-Mu was indeed surprised. No conditions. The 3 saints' secret sword was the foundation of the 3 saint sects. Was it that simple to give it away? When I conveyed Brother Chu's message, the sect master also said that he wanted Brother Chu to join the 3 saint sects. However, Brother Chu didn't agree, so the matter was put on hold, Long Yun said. The sword demon sect is a great threat to all the forces in the 5 cities. If Brother Chu hadn't killed the sword demon Feng Wuyi, the 3 saint sects would have followed in the footsteps of the other forces. We would either become a subsidiary of the sword demon sect or be destroyed by the sword demon sect. Therefore, after a discussion with the other elders, the sect master decided to give the 3 saints' secret sword to Brother Chu as a token of gratitude. We just hope that Brother Chu won't spread it around. I see. Chu-Mu understood immediately. In fact, it wasn't a bad thing for the 3 saint sects. Chu-Mu wouldn't spread it around. He would only practice it himself. If he used it against enemies, it would mean that he was related to the 3 saint sects. With Chu-Mu's current reputation, it was a good thing for the 3 saint sects. Speaking of which, the 3 saint sects didn't lose anything. Chu-Mu accepted the 3 saints' secret sword with a clear conscience. "Okay, Brother Chu, should we practice again?" Long Yun Kong said after giving the 3 saints' secret sword to Chu-Mu. "Brother Long, please." Chu Mu put away the copy of the Three Saints' secret sword and gestured with his hand. Chapter 1866. During the scorching sun period, the sun hung high in the sky, releasing rays of light that were as hot as swords. Forget it. Chu Mu shook his head and dismissed the idea of searching for Gulwankong, Yang Zhantian and Lian Hongyan. Ever since they parted ways in the land of exile, Chu Mu had not heard any news about the three of them in the past 20 years. It was as if they had suddenly disappeared or died. The land of exile was big, but it was also small. If he really wanted to search for them, he could rely on the power of the 5 city leaders and the Flowing Light Army to find them. However, since the agreement was within 30 years, he would wait until the time was up. Chu Mu's intuition told him that the three of them might encounter some danger, but they could survive and become stronger. What he needed to do was to increase his strength as much as possible before the agreed time. The 3 saints are the human saint, the earth saint, and the heaven saint. The human saint, the earth saint, and the heaven saint are the 3 talents. The saint has no desires and does not move easily. With the 3 talents as the foundation and the saint as the guide, the heaven saint draws the heaven saint to form the way of the sword. In the manner, Chu Mu was comprehending the 3 saints' secret swords from the 3 saint sect. This was only a copy of the 3 saints' secret swords. Even if the 3 saint sect was willing to give the 3 saints' secret swords to Chu Mu unconditionally, they would not give him the original copy. The original copy was not only meant to be passed down from generation to generation, but it also contained a kind of spirit and mystery. It was naturally better to have the original copy. After all, the person who wrote the original copy was the creator of the 3 saints' secret swords. When he wrote it, he naturally incorporated the mystery of the 3 saints' secret swords into it. This was something that no other copy could compare with. Even though it was only a copy, it did not affect Chu Mu's comprehension. This copy was very complete. After Chu Mu opened it, there were words and pictures. He first quickly skimmed through it to understand the general meaning. He firmly memorized every picture in his mind. Then he carefully read it word by word and pondered over it. Bit by bit, understanding appeared in his mind. Chu Mu could not help but be amazed by the mystery of the 3 saints' secret swords. The 3 saints' secret art was divided into 3 parts. He had already seen the human saint's sword of true image from Long Yun Kong. Of course, Long Yun Kong was only at the beginner level, so he was unable to display the true power and profundity of the secret sword of 3 saints. The second sword was the earth sacred ancient Xiang sword. The third sword was the most powerful. It was the heavenly sacred, formless sword. The mortal saint, earth saint, and heavenly saint were the 3 saints. The origin, manifestation, ancient manifestation, and heavenly manifestation were the 3 manifestations. The combination of the 3 sages and the 3 sages into the way of the sword created the mystical sure kill of the 3 sages' secret sword. The human sage's true image sword is the foundation. If you don't cultivate this sword, even if you obtain the other 2 swords, it will be useless. Human saint, true form, these were the key points of this secret art. While comprehending, Chu Mu's aura began to change. His presence became stronger and stronger. If he was placed in a crowd, he would be extremely eye-catching, like a crane in a flock of chickens. The change in his aura was extremely mysterious. In an instant, Chu Mu seemed to have become the center of the sky and earth. Many experts in Bloodbath City felt the change in his aura. They all frowned and looked towards the manor. They all had a feeling, or perhaps it was an illusion, as if the center of the world had shifted. This was because Chu Mu's strength was extremely powerful. He was the number 1 person under the 7 kings, the strongest. His aura constantly condensed and became the strongest. It wasn't strange for him to affect the entire Blood Slaughter City. They did not know what Chu Mu was doing, but as the aura continued to condense, they also felt a pressure. Their bodies and minds were beginning to be affected. This went on for 3 days in a row, making it impossible for the experts to concentrate on their cultivation. In the manner, Chu Mu, who was meditating, suddenly opened his eyes. In an instant, a sword light seemed to flash in the depths of his pupils. The sword light's presence was incomparably strong. It instantly appeared. In the void in front of him, countless air currents converged towards the center, squeezing everything. At the center, there seemed to be two invisible swords slicing through. Without moving his body and only using his mind to attack, the power was naturally not strong. However, it also represented that Chu Mu had reached the entry level of the human sage's true image sword. According to Chu Mu's speculations, the perfection of the human sage's true image sword was the cutting of 9 sword light. Back then, Long Yun Kong's single sword light could only be regarded as barely reaching the entry level. 2 sword light was the true entry level. Although the 3 saints' secret sword techniques were powerful, Chu Mu's cloud-piercing sword style and Dao-severing sword style were not inferior in power either. It was just that the way they were manifested was different. Furthermore, the creator of the 3 saints' secret sword techniques had incorporated the application of various laws. This was something that Chu Mu did not possess. Chu Mu had not comprehended the 3 saints' secret sword techniques for battle or killing. He had only comprehended the profound essence within. Perhaps it would be useful to him. That was all. Apart from cultivating the sword, Chu Mu had also comprehended the 3 saints' secret sword techniques. His comprehension was superb, and his attainments in the sword were unparalleled. As a result, it was not difficult for him to comprehend them. He was improving every day, which was very obvious. Half a month later, Chu Mu had completely grasped the human sage's true image sword. As soon as he opened his eyes, there were 9 sword light crisscrossing and slashing everywhere. There was no way to dodge. Since he had completely grasped the human sage's true image sword, the next step was the earth sage's ancient image sword. The 3 saints' secret sword techniques seemed to be a whole, but they were also independent entities. They each had their own complete essence. The human sage's true image sword was based on the human. The saint's image entered the body. The earth sage's ancient image sword was based on the earth. The saint's image appeared. In the blink of an eye, another few dozen days passed. Today, an aura descended upon the manor. This aura was vast and boundless, bringing with it a boundless ferocity. Chu Mu was alarmed. Raising his head, he saw that a blood-red color had appeared in the sky at some point. It was like a sea of blood with endless waves. As it bobbed up and down, the aura was so vast and profound that it made one despair. However, the waning moon sword saint, the monolith sword saint, and Lin Biro did not seem to sense it at all. As the sea of blood surged, a blood-red streak of light turned into a crescent moon. It broke free and locked onto Chu Mu. Chu Mu's body tensed up as his hairs stood on end. His soul trembled. The blood-red sword light slashed down, bringing with it the might of the sea of blood. Immediately, it brought endless pressure to Chu Mu's mind, causing the power of his soul to ripple. Earth Sage's ancient image sword. With a flash of spiritual light and a low chant, Chu Mu's aura surged from top to bottom, pouring into the ground beneath him. The two seemed to be about to fuse together. Afterwards, as if the ground had been awakened from its slumber, a brand new energy constantly permeated from the ground, pouring into Chu Mu's body. It fused with him, becoming one with him. I am the ground, and the ground is me. This was the essence of the Earth Sage's ancient image sword. The human saint's origin image sword was based on the person, while the Earth Sage's ancient image sword was based on the ground. It gathered the power of the ground, using itself as a medium and the sword in hand as a conductor. It guided the power of the ground to fuse with one's own power, unleashing the greatest power possible. Chu Mu had used his mind to unleash this strike, As the Earth Sage's ancient image, sword required the power of the laws of Earth to truly unleash it. Using the mind was not part of this. Moreover, the sea of blood in the sky and the blood-red sword light were not tangible. Instead, they were a form of mental pressure. It was precisely because of this that the waning moon sword saint, the monolith sword saint, and Lin Biro did not sense it at all. The brown sword light soared into the sky. It was heavy and tough, as if it could shatter the sky. The brown sword light and the blood-red sword light instantly came into contact. When they collided, it was as if thunder had exploded in the void. Lin Biro and the others unconsciously raised their heads to look. The sky was clear, and the sun was shining brightly. They were puzzled. In Chumu's eyes, both the blood-red sword light and the brown sword light shattered at the same time. The surging sea of blood slowly descended, as if the sky was collapsing. Heavenly Saint, formless sword. This was the final strike of the three saints' secret sword art, and also the most powerful strike. The heavens were far, the saints were high, formless, and colorless. Chumu's eyes flickered with a bright light, blazing like the sun in the sky. The surging blood ocean came crashing down, but it suddenly paused, as if it had been split apart by an invisible sword. Under the continuous slashes, the blood ocean was sliced apart, and its might dissipated. The human sage's true image sword used one's own body as the foundation. It condensed one's aura and power to the extreme, and in the end, unleashed 100% of one's power, transforming it into 9 swords. Each sword was the accumulation of one's power. Under the 9 swords, even if it was not 9 times the power, it would attack from every angle, making it difficult to guard against. Coupled with the pressure from the surroundings, it would be even more difficult to dodge. The Earth Sage's ancient image sword fused one with the earth, absorbing the power of the earth and gathering it into one's body, breaking through the limits of one's own power. A single sword strike would be at least twice as powerful as one's own combined power. When cultivated to perfection, it could even reach the limit of 5 times. For example, if an ordinary 9-star saint expert's power was 100, then when he used the Earth Sage's ancient image sword to perfection, its power would increase to 500. Furthermore, it was not just an increase in power, but also the stability and weight of the Earth's power. This kind of power's impact and suppression exceeded the 5 times increase in power. The final strike was the Heavenly Saint, formless sword art. It fused one's body into the void and borrowed the power of the void to combine with one's own power to maximize the power of the sword art. As a killing move even more powerful than the Earth Sage's ancient image sword art, the beginner level of the Heavenly Saint formless sword art could increase one's power by 7 times. When cultivated to perfection, it could increase one's power by 10 times. A 10-fold increase in strength was undoubtedly terrifying. It was as if a secret technique was being used. Moreover, in addition to the 10-fold increase in strength, the sword light that was condensed seemed to be shuttling through the void. It was silent, invisible, and untouchable. Silent, undetectable, untouchable, unblockable. Such a sword art could be said to be incomparably terrifying. Little friend Chumu, please make a trip to the blood slaughtering hall. When the blood sea dissipated, a deep and tyrannical voice resounded in Chumu's ears. It was very unfamiliar. Chapter 1867. Slaughtering Blood Manor. Chumu raised his head. His gaze seemed to pierce through time and space, landing on the slaughtering Blood Manor. Such power, far surpassing the Bright Young Realm. Could it be that the slaughtering Blood King has returned? Muttering to himself, Chumu didn't hesitate. He directly left the manor and headed towards the slaughtering Blood Manor. If it was really the slaughtering Blood King who had returned and invited him, he most likely wouldn't have any malicious intentions. The previous confrontation on the spiritual level was more of a test because there was no killing intent in it. Very quickly, Chu Mu arrived outside the Slaughtering Blood Manor without any obstructions. The guards of the Slaughtering Blood Manor all looked at Chu Mu with incomparable reverence. They all knew that it was this person who had personally killed the sword demon, Feng Wui, who had instilled fear in countless people and indirectly saved countless people from danger. "Brother Chu, you're here. Follow me." Tu Qianjun seemed to have been waiting for a long time. He brought Chu Mu deep into the Slaughtering Blood Manor. Not long after, they stopped outside a blood-colored great hall. "Brother Chu, this time my master wants to see you," Tu Qianjun said. Shortly after, he spoke into the great hall. "Master, Chu Mu is here." "Come in." A tyrannical voice rang out. It was the same voice that had invited Chu Mu to the Slaughtering Blood Manor. Chu Mu followed Tu Qianjun into the great hall. What greeted them was a sea of blood swallowing them whole. Although Tu Qianjun was used to it, Chu Mu didn't feel the slightest bit of fear. After passing through the sea of blood, he saw everything in the great hall. Everything in the great hall was blood red. A tall figure sat on the main seat. His aura was tyrannical, as if he was the center of the great hall, the center of the Slaughtering Blood Manor. "Master." Tu Qianjun quietly stood to the side. "Greetings to the Slaughtering Blood King." Chu Mu bowed. "Little friend Chu, I've heard of your name more than 10 years ago. However, this should be the first time we're meeting." His voice always carried a sense of dominance. Those who were inferior to him in terms of strength and status would often feel restrained when facing him. Chu Mu was no ordinary person, but when facing the blood-slaughtering king, he could still feel a faint trace of pressure, but it was still within his tolerance range. "Little friend Chu, first of all, I would like to thank you for taking action and killing the sword demon Feng Wui," Blood Slaughter King said. "Otherwise, by the time we return, the 5 great cities might have already been conquered. At that time, even if we kill sword demon Feng Wui, the losses will be great." "It's just a coincidence." Chu Mu said, "Senior, I'm afraid you didn't call me here for this matter. That's just one of the things. There's another thing," the Blood Slaughter King said. "However, these 2 matters have something in common. They are related to the safety of the 5 great cities." "Senior, please speak clearly," Chu Mu said. "The danger sword demon Feng Wui brought to the 5 great cities is relatively small, because we can resolve it as long as we return. However, as for the latter, even if the 7 of us work together, it will still be difficult to resolve," the Blood Slaughtering King said with a serious expression. Tu Qianjun and Chu Mu also felt the severity of the problem. If even the 7 kings couldn't resolve it, how big was the danger? "Senior, if even the 7 kings can't resolve it, what ability do I have?" Chu Mu said. It wasn't that he was looking down on himself. At the very least, his current strength couldn't compare to any of the kings, let alone the 7 of them working together. "The current you obviously doesn't have the ability." The Blood Slaughtering King was very direct. "However, little friend Chu's Yuan Qi cultivation is at the late stage of the 9th celestial layer, and your saint body is at the late stage of the 8th celestial layer, right? Your true strength has probably already surpassed the Bright Yang realm and is infinitely close to the King realm. If your Yuan Qi cultivation reaches the peak of the 9th celestial layer and your saint body reaches the 9th celestial layer, then perhaps you'll have the strength of a King realm." As he spoke, the Blood Slaughtering King suddenly looked very emotional. "I've seen countless monstrous geniuses, but I've never seen anyone like little friend Chu, who can be called the #1 monstrous genius since ancient times. No one can compare to you. Senior, you're overpraising me. However, I'm not sure if I'll have the strength of a King realm after breaking through." Chu Mu said, "Moreover, it's easier to raise Yuan Qi cultivation, but it's too difficult to raise the cultivation of a saint body. Little friend Chu, I've called you here to talk about this. Naturally, I have a way to raise your cultivation, the blood-slaughtering king said. However, I hope that after you raise your cultivation and have the strength of a king realm expert, you can work together with the 7 of us to resolve the danger. I'll try my best, Chumu said. He didn't know what the danger was, but he knew that it wasn't easy to raise his strength to the level of a peerless expert. With the help of a peerless expert, it would naturally be much faster. This was an opportunity. With opportunities came dangers. It was very normal. There was no such thing as a free lunch in the world. All right, the blood-slaughtering king smiled. Senior, a king realm expert, is a peerless expert, right? Chumu asked. He wanted to confirm. After all, he had always thought that a king realm expert was equivalent to a peerless expert. When the blood-slaughtering king said that, he didn't mention a peerless expert. I forgot that little friend, Chu, came from the outside world. The blood-slaughtering king said, in the outside world, a king realm expert from the land of exile is indeed called a peerless expert. Senior, can you explain to me the difference between a peerless expert and a saint realm expert? Chumu asked again. In the past, his strength was too far away from that of a peerless expert. Knowing too much wouldn't do him any good. But now it was different. His strength was infinitely close to that of a peerless expert. Just one more step, and he would step into the realm of a peerless expert. Of course, it was only his strength that had stepped into the realm of a peerless expert. However, knowing more about a peerless expert was always beneficial. Right now, there was a good opportunity. Little friend Chu, do you know why there are only 7 kings in the land of exile? There has never been an 8th king? The blood-slaughtering king asked. However, Chumu didn't know about this matter. The 7 kings are an inheritance. Without a suitable inheritance, it's impossible for others to become a king realm expert. The blood-slaughtering king smiled bitterly. The inheritance of the 7 kings can only be passed on to one person at a time. After the inheritance, a new 7 kings will appear. The previous 7 kings won't appear again. They will go into seclusion in order to improve themselves. However, after countless years of inheritance, the previous 7 kings didn't seem to have made any progress. Could it be that to become a peerless expert, one must pass on an inheritance? Chumu frowned. He thought of the peerless experts in the deep blue world. There was no such thing as an inheritance. No. The reason why the 7 kings need an inheritance is because their cultivation techniques are incomplete. They can only rely on an inheritance to become a peerless expert. The blood-slaughtering king said, the difference between a peerless expert and a saint lies in the refinement of the power of law. There's a saying called the 9 stars of the saint realm, the 5 refinements of the peerless realm. As the name implies, a saint realm expert is divided into 9 stars and 9 levels. A peerless expert is divided into 5 refinements and 5 levels. With a suitable cultivation technique, one can raise their cultivation to the peak of the 9 heavenly layers of the Aeon and refine their yuan force to the limit. Then, they can use their yuan force to refine the power of law they have comprehended, making it purer and more condensed. After refining it once, the power of law will undergo a qualitative change. Stepping into the realm of a peerless expert is called the first refinement. The second refinement is called the second refinement. And the 5th refinement is the pinnacle. A saint realm expert's yuan force is the main, and the laws are secondary. However, a peerless expert's yuan force is the main, and yuan force is secondary. After the 5th refinement, the yuan force is completely integrated into the laws. The blood-slaughtering king continued. The difference between each refinement of a peerless expert is huge. After each refinement, the difficulty will increase by several folds. Without enough talent, perseverance, and luck, it will be difficult to succeed. Hearing the blood-slaughtering king's explanation, Chumu finally understood that the difference between a peerless expert and a saint realm expert was so obvious. Yuan force laws. If I continue to develop like this, if I become a great emperor or holy emperor, will I also use laws as the main source of power? Chu Mu guessed silently before tossing this thought aside. Although a peerless expert was close at hand, there was still a huge gap between them. Breaking through wasn't that easy, let alone a great emperor or a saint emperor who was above a peerless expert. Moreover, a peerless expert had the fifth refinement. Each refinement was more difficult than the last. How many peerless experts had reached the first refinement but were unable to break through to the second refinement? I wonder which refinement the seventh king has reached? Chu Mu thought. However, he didn't say it out loud. After all, this was someone else's secret. If he rashly asked about it, it might cause the other party to dislike him. Little friend Chu, do you have any other questions? The blood-slaughtering king was very polite. A genius like Chu Mu, whose cultivation hadn't reached the peak of the saint realm, but whose strength was already infinitely close to the king realm, was simply unprecedented. Although it was due to the fact that he cultivated both the Yuan Force Tao and the Saint Physique Tao, it was still very shocking. Once the Yuan Force Tao and the Saint Physique Tao both reached the peak of the saint realm, he would definitely possess the strength of a king realm expert. Once such a person reached the peak of the saint realm, his strength would be even more unimaginable. Such a person had a boundless future. It was worth befriending. Of course, this was also because the blood-slaughtering king was broad-minded. Not everyone was broad-minded. Narrow-minded people would be jealous of a monstrous genius like Chu Mu. They might even kill him without hesitation. Life was full of different things. Everyone had their own personality and differences. Not for the time being. Thank you, Senior, for clearing my doubts. Chu Mu saluted. Perhaps when he returned to the deep blue world and the true sword sect, he would be able to find the senior elder and ask him everything. However, that was a matter for many years in the future. Since that's the case, Qianjun, bring little friend Chu to the essence blood pool to cultivate. Do your best to increase your strength within 3 years, said the blood-slaughtering king. Chapter 1868. The blood essence pool was one of the most important cultivation grounds in the slaughtering blood hall. The 7 kings' inheritances were all different. The slaughtering blood hall focused on the Saint Physique Tao, and the slaughtering blood king was a peerless expert of the Saint Physique Tao. Perhaps his cultivation level was not as high as the other 6 kings, but when it came to battle, his strength was not inferior at all. It was said that the blood essence pool was brought here by the first-generation slaughtering blood king. It was a rare treasure that belonged to the Saint Physique Tao cultivators. It could continuously produce blood essence. This blood essence contained a pure and majestic energy that could be absorbed to a large extent to strengthen the cultivator's blood qi. To the Saint Physique Tao cultivators, blood qi was extremely important. With vigorous blood qi, one's body would become stronger, and it would promote the refinement and improvement of the Saint Physique. Since it was a treasure of the slaughtering blood hall, it was extremely important. Not every disciple of the slaughtering blood hall could enjoy it. Only the slaughtering blood king, young master Tu Qianjun, and a few other important experts had the qualifications to cultivate in the blood essence pool. However, they could not cultivate in it all the time, and there was a time limit. Every time the blood essence pool opened, it was only suitable for one person to enter. Today, it was opened specifically for Chu Mu. Chu Mu was immersed in the blood essence pool. Below his head, his entire body was immersed in a bright red color. Feeling the majestic blood qi in the blood-red liquid around him, he was extremely shocked. He did not expect the slaughtering blood hall to have such a cultivation ground. The blood essence pool was not big, only about 1 zhang long and 1 zhang wide. It was also not very deep. If one was slightly shorter, their entire body would be submerged. For people like Chu Mu, who was above average in height, it was just enough for his head to be exposed. The blood in the pool didn't smell fishy at all. Instead, it carried a faint fragrance. It smelled very good. Chu Mu could feel the boundless blood aura enter his body bit by bit, strengthening his own blood aura. After the blood aura in the essence blood pool was used up, new blood aura would emerge from the bottom and all around, replenishing the consumed blood aura bit by bit, forming a balance. The energy is very rich and gentle. Chu Mu thought to himself, although the cultivation effect of the blood essence pool was far inferior to that of the berserk sacred blood in a short period of time, it won in terms of gentleness and endurance. In 3 years, my sacred body will definitely be able to reach an even higher level. Chu Mu thought to himself as his eyes flickered with light. 3 years was the time the Blood Slaughterer King had given Chu Mu. Because they had to leave in 3 years, Chu Mu had to cultivate as hard as he could in these 3 years to truly possess the power of a peerless expert. Chu Mu wasn't sure, but he could only try his best. In 3 years, I can improve my origin force by myself, but it's hard to say if I can reach the peak of the immemorial 9th celestial layer. I can only work on the Saint Body Tao. After speaking, Chu Mu closed his eyes and wholeheartedly absorbed the boundless blood aura in the essence blood pool to strengthen his own blood aura and refine his sacred body, strengthening it. His sacred body, which had stagnated at the late stage of level 8, began to improve bit by bit. King Realm. Tu Qianjun sighed as he turned to leave after bringing Chu Mu into the blood essence pool. He was the Blood Slaughterer King's successor, which meant that he would receive the Blood Slaughter King's inheritance in the future and become the new Blood Slaughter King. This was a good thing. At that time, he would be one of the 7 strongest people in the land of exile. This had always been a recognition, and it was engraved in his heart. But now, Tu Qianjun was a little dispirited. Chu Mu wasn't the successor of the 7 kings. He had relied on his own efforts to increase his cultivation base and strength, becoming stronger and stronger. In this regard, Chu Mu had completely surpassed the 6 stars. They had to rely on the inheritance to obtain the strength of a king realm expert. Of course, after obtaining the inheritance, they would truly enter the king realm. But Chu Mu could obtain the strength of a king realm expert when he was in the saint realm. Thinking about it, it was unbelievable. The gap between a king realm expert and a saint realm expert wasn't as simple as a gap of a few times. It was very difficult to bridge. At least, in the many years of history of the land of exile, there had never been a monster like Chu Mu who could be said to be heaven-defying. There was no comparison. There was really no comparison. The two were not on the same level at all. Even so, Tu Qianjun didn't want to fall too far behind. Cultivate in seclusion. Tu Qianjun's eyes were burning with a blazing flame. The current Chu Mu was already qualified to talk to the 7 kings. In terms of status, he was indeed above the 6 stars. Not only Tu Qianjun was cultivating in seclusion, but the other 5 stars were also cultivating in seclusion, trying their best to increase their strength. They were the successors of the future king realm experts. They couldn't be too inferior to others. Speaking of which, it was funny. In the past, the successors of the current king realm experts were definitely in the top ranks in terms of talent. They should be completely above others. They didn't expect that Chu Mu would appear and directly suppress them. Fortunately, Chu Mu was a friend and not an enemy. After making arrangements for Chu Mu, the Blood Butcher King quickly left the Blood Butcher Hall and entered the land of exile. However, the direction he was heading wasn't toward Sin City. With the strength of a king realm expert, even if he didn't fly, his speed was still very shocking. It was several times faster than a Bright Yang realm expert. The Blood Butcher King flew close to the ground for a month. It would take him 2 to 3 years to fly a premium shuttle. After arriving at his destination, the Blood Butcher King found the entrance to an underground cave. He quickly entered it and advanced without any obstructions. This was because the sinners in this underground cave had already been cleared out by the 7 kings. Very quickly, the Blood Butcher King entered the 2nd floor of the cave, then quickly entered the 3rd floor. The 1st floor belonged to the Black Iron Sinners, The second floor belonged to the bronze sinners, and the third floor belonged to the silver sinners. However, no matter how powerful the silver sinners were, they were as weak as ants before a king-level powerhouse. However, this cave didn't only have 3 floors. There was also a 4th floor. Logically speaking, the cave on the 4th floor should belong to the gold-level sinners. In reality, this wasn't absolute. The 4th floor mainly belonged to the powerful silver sinners. It was similar to the 3 great powerhouses of the human sword cultivators. This discovery shocked the 7 kings. If this group of sinners appeared on the ground, it would definitely bring a great disaster to the human sword cultivators. They would all be wiped out. After going deeper into the 4th floor, they were even more shocked. This was because they discovered gold sinners. Gold sinners had the strength of a king realm expert. The 7 kings used all their strength to kill all of the gold sinners. Now, they were faced with a great crisis that was difficult to resolve. Very quickly, the Blood Butcher King arrived at the destination. The other 6 kings were all there. They formed a circle around a huge golden cocoon. The golden cocoon was 3 meters tall, and its entire body seemed to be woven from golden threads. Each thread gave off a very tough feeling. Inside the golden cocoon, one could vaguely see a strong figure curled up. A shocking aura was contained within. It was like a heart that was slowly beating. Every time it beat, it would absorb a certain amount of aura from the surroundings. When the Blood Butcher King arrived, he immediately stared at the golden cocoon. His expression changed slightly. "This guy's aura has become even stronger," the Blood Butcher King said. "Yes, it can only last for about 3 more years," the Silver King said. "If we didn't do our best to stop it from absorbing energy, it would probably break out of the cocoon in less than a year. When that time comes, it will be a disaster for the land of exile," the Flowing Light King said. There was a hint of worry in his voice. Although the other kings looked calm, there was a hint of worry in their eyes. The 5 cities were their roots. They could accept the destruction caused by the internal strife of the human race. However, they had to put an end to the attacks from the outside, especially from the sinners who were too powerful to resist. The golden cocoon that they surrounded would give birth to an extremely powerful gold-level sinner. Its strength would be even greater than the other gold-level sinners, surpassing any of the 7 kings. Even if the 7 of them worked together, they were not confident that they could defeat and kill the sinner. This was a strong enemy, an unprecedentedly strong enemy. It was also a great crisis, a crisis of life and death that not only concerned the 7 kings, but also the countless humans in the 5 cities. "Everyone, when I returned this time, I made a very shocking discovery," the Blood Butcher King said. The 6 kings all looked at him. "Do you still know Chumu?" The Blood Butcher King didn't keep them in suspense. He quickly said, "It's like this." The Blood Slaughtering King quickly recounted everything that had happened after the 7 kings had left. "Sword Devil Feng Wui's strength was second only to us, but he died under Chumu's sword. I've seen Chumu's cultivation and tested his strength. Late 9th Celestial level Yuan Li and late 8th level Saint Body. His strength is infinitely close to the king level. I think that if Chumu's cultivation increases again, he might be able to reach the king level when he reaches the saint level," the Blood Butcher King said. The Blood Slaughter King said. The 6 kings all stared with wide eyes, their shock completely showing on their faces. They didn't hide it at all, so I opened up the essence blood pool for Chumu to cultivate. I gave him 3 years to try to raise his cultivation as much as possible. Perhaps, when his sacred body reaches the 9th rank, he will have true king rank strength. Even if it's just the beginning, he can still ally with us. Okay, if Chumu can have the strength of a king level, we can set up the 8 saints' everlasting formation. Perhaps we can kill the gold sinner that's about to appear, the mysterious king said. I'll stay here for now and try to buy some time. When the time comes, I'll bring Chumu here to familiarize himself with the 8 saints' everlasting formation. "We'll make sure it's safe," the Blood Butcher King said. He also sat down cross-legged and surrounded the golden cocoon. He released his power to further isolate his aura and prevent the golden cocoon from absorbing power. Chapter 1869. In the depths of the cave on the 4th level, the giant golden cocoon pulsed again and again. Every time it pulsed, it would absorb the surrounding energy. However, under the efforts of the 7 kings, the amount of energy it absorbed was greatly reduced. However, the 7 kings could only stop a portion of it. They could not stop it completely. The gold sinners in the giant golden cocoon would appear sooner or later. Now, they could only place a part of their hope on Chumu. They hoped that he could have the strength of a king in 3 years. Only then would they have a chance to join forces and kill the powerful gold sinners. In the essence blood pool in the depths of the slaughtering blood hall, Chumu closed his eyes and immersed himself in the essence blood pool, cultivating wholeheartedly. In the past 3 years, he had put aside the cultivation of origin power and swordsmanship. He had spent all his time on the cultivation of his saint body. The essence blood pool was full of vigor and boundless. Chumu's saint body had broken through from the late stage of level 8 to the peak of level 8. Now he was continuously increasing his strength, preparing to break through to level 9. The influence of the Sword Demon sect on the 5 cities gradually weakened with the passage of time. However, the Sword Demon sect had caused great damage. More than a dozen camps had been destroyed, and some forces in the 5 cities had been annihilated. Such a loss could not be recovered in a short period of time. At this time, the 5 cities and the surrounding camps seemed to have 1,000 things to do. The young geniuses were all stimulated and went into seclusion to cultivate, striving to improve their cultivation. Perhaps because of the pressure from the outside world, their seclusion was quite effective. Time flew, and in the blink of an eye, more than 2 years had passed. In the essence blood pool, Chumu's aura was constantly pulsing, causing the blood in the essence blood pool to ripple, break. A low roar, yet it was like rolling thunder that shook the inside and outside of his body. His chi and blood surged like a great river that endlessly battered his body. It was also like a huge wave that came wave after wave. Waves of roars constantly came out from Chumu's body. The aura on his body grew stronger and stronger. A burning heat constantly spread out from his body, as if there was a raging fire burning in his body. His chi and blood were of the yang attribute. His chi and blood were vigorous and full of yang energy. In fact, when one's chi and blood reached a certain level, the power of chi and blood that was emitted would produce a terrifyingly high temperature. It could easily melt steel into molten iron and turn hardwood into charcoal. As the temperature of Chumu's chi and blood continued to rise, the temperature of the blood essence pool that he was in contact with also rose along with it. Wisps of white aura filled the air, spiraling upwards and steaming. The impact of chi and blood became more and more intense. In one go, they attacked. Chumu's skin turned red, expanding and contracting. As it continued to surge, it rapidly absorbed the blood chi from the essence blood pool to replenish itself. It accumulated strength and launched attacks again and again. The shackles between the peak of grade 8 and grade 9 were finally broken under Chumu's repeated attacks. Suddenly, the chi and blood in his body produced an extremely powerful suction force, instantly absorbing the majestic blood chi from the essence blood pool around him. It was like a whirlwind sweeping away clouds, causing the color of the essence blood pool to fade in an instant. However, the power at the bottom of the essence blood pool continued to replenish itself, and the color of the essence blood pool quickly returned to its original state. Waves of powerful force rushed through his body. Chumu felt as if he could pick the stars and the moon with a raise of his hand. He could shatter mountains and crack the earth with one punch. This was the power of an initial grade 9 sacred body. It was extremely powerful. With the breakthrough of the sacred body, The vitality in his body also increased. Light injuries could be healed instantly, and serious injuries could be healed in just a few breaths. Even broken limbs could be regrown in a short period of time, just like before. The power of the sacred body has increased by many times. There are still a few months left. It's impossible to raise the sacred body to the middle grade 9 sacred body. However, I can consolidate it and convert the increased power into strength, Chumu thought. He continued to cultivate, familiarizing himself with the increased power. This was not a short period of improvement from taking elixirs. It was an improvement accumulated over more than 2 years. Hence, it would be easier to master it. Little friend Chu, time's up. It's time to come out. A voice rang out above the essence blood pool and entered Chumu's ears. It was the blood-slaughtering king's voice. Chumu leaped out of the essence blood pool. A long robe immediately appeared on his body. When he landed, the door outside the essence blood pool opened. Chumu's body flashed, and he left the essence blood pool. Not bad. Although your Yuan Qi cultivation is still at the late grade 9 eternal celestial layer, it's much more refined than 3 years ago. In a few more years, you will definitely reach the peak. The blood-slaughtering king's eyes flickered. He looked deeply at Chumu and nodded in admiration. Your sacred body has also reached the early grade 9 eternal celestial layer and has stabilized. The current, you may have the strength of a king. I can feel that my strength has increased a lot, but I don't know what level it has reached, Chumu said. You'll know when we fight. The blood-slaughtering king laughed. Immediately he attacked. His palm was like a sword. He raised it and slashed down. It was a very simple movement, but a blood-red sword light appeared instantly. The sword light was extremely condensed, as if it was made of metal. This slash did not have a huge momentum. All the power was restrained, and it did not affect the surroundings at all. However, Chumu could feel the terrifying power contained in the blood-red sword light. It was enough to instantly kill an expert at the peak of the bright yang celestial layer. Even the sword devil Feng Wui could not resist it when he used all his strength. In other words, the blood-slaughtering king slash could also instantly kill Chumu, who was at the late grade 9 eternal celestial layer and had a late grade 8 eternal celestial layer. This attack had completely surpassed the bright yang celestial layer and the so-called half-king level. If it was in the past, Chumu would have felt that he could not resist. Just the aura alone was enough to suppress him. However, at this moment he only felt some pressure. He opened his right hand and clenched it tightly. The blaze spiritual sword appeared. He raised it up, and it turned into a fierce, fiery red sword light. It burned with spiritual flames and attacked the blood-red sword light. They collided and resisted. Both sides were worn down and finally collapsed. That attack just now was equivalent to the attack of an exceptional first refinement expert. If you can resist it, it means that your current strength has already reached the level of an exceptional first refinement expert. The blood-slaughtering king said. Chumu's current realm was only the saint rank. However, his strength had far surpassed the saint rank. In one leap, he had reached a level where he could contend against absolute experts. Even if he had just stepped into the first refinement absolute expert level, he was still considered an absolute expert strength. It's a pity. If you had more time, you could raise your Yuan Qi cultivation to the extreme, and then raise your sage body cultivation to the extreme. Your strength would definitely be stronger than an exceptional first refinement expert. You might even reach the level of an exceptional second refinement expert. The blood-slaughtering king said. Hearing the blood-slaughtering king's words, Chumu was extremely excited. His purpose in entering the land of exile was to avoid the numerous experts in the deep blue world and raise his strength as much as possible. It would be best if he could reach the level where he could contend with an exceptional expert. However, Chumu wasn't sure if he could do it because it was too difficult. Since ancient times, There had never been anyone who had the strength of an exceptional expert before reaching the level of an exceptional expert. That was an unprecedented challenge. He had worked hard, and now he had finally achieved it. Although he had only just reached the level of a peerless expert, he had really done it. Moreover, his cultivation had not reached the pinnacle of the saint level, and there was still room for improvement. Moreover, his sword will had not been included in his current strength. In other words, when Chu Mu could use his sword intent and his yuan qi and sage body cultivation reached the extreme of the saint realm, he would at least have the strength of an exceptional second refinement expert. Young friend Chu, since your strength has reached the king realm, follow me. The blood-slaughtering king said, we can talk about other issues on the way. Okay. Chu Mu knew that the matter was urgent and couldn't be delayed. He immediately responded. Under the blood-slaughtering king's lead, the two quickly left the blood-slaughtering manor and blood-slaughtering city. Now that Chu Mu's strength had increased, his speed had also increased. Although he still couldn't compare to the blood-slaughtering king, he was already far ahead of other bright Yang realm experts. The combination of yuan qi and sage body was a perfect combination of power. It turned into speed that propelled Chu Mu forward, allowing him to catch up to the blood-slaughtering king as much as possible. The blood-slaughtering king also reduced his speed so that he wouldn't fall too far behind Chu Mu. Young friend Chu, many years ago, the seven of us discovered a gold rank sinner. After chasing it for a while, we followed it into an underground cave. That cave had a total of 4 floors. The blood-slaughtering king explained the situation to Chu Mu as he led the way. The 7 of us killed our way into the cave and cleared out all the sinners. We even killed the gold rank sinners on the 4th floor. However, there was a huge golden cocoon that was nurturing a gold rank sinner. Even with the 7 of us working together, we couldn't do anything to the golden cocoon. Not only were we unable to destroy it, the power of our attacks was absorbed by the golden cocoon, accelerating the nurturing of the gold rank sinner. Is that gold rank sinner very powerful? Chu Mu asked. Yes, although it hasn't been nurtured yet, its aura let us know that the gold rank sinner is definitely very powerful. It's much more powerful than the gold rank sinners we've killed. The blood-slaughtering king said, let's put it this way. Among the gold rank sinners we've killed, the strongest one was only at the initial 2nd refinement, while the 7 of us are at the 2nd refinement. However, the gold rank sinner that hasn't been nurtured yet is estimated to be at the 3rd or 4th refinement at the very least. Once it's born, we won't be able to resist it. It'll definitely bring a calamity to the 5 great cities. Seniors, you must have a countermeasure, right? Chu Mu asked in astonishment. Of course, the blood-slaughtering king replied and explained. Chapter 1870. Under the blood butcher king's lead, Chu Mu quickly entered the underground cavern and reached the 4th floor. He saw the other 6 kings of the 7 kings and also saw the giant golden cocoon surrounded by the 6 kings. With a thump, the cocoon beat like a heart, but with a powerful aura that was like the rumbling of a drum. The aura was shocking. In an instant, Chu Mu felt as if his own heart was also affected. A wave of power quickly spread out as the giant golden cocoon beat like a heart. When it passed through the 6 kings, it was clearly blocked. Only a small part of it entered the giant golden cocoon and was absorbed. That's the king of the gold sinners, Chu Mu thought. Along the way, the blood butcher king's explanation made Chu Mu understand what kind of danger the land of exile was facing. Once the gold sinners in the giant golden cocoon came out, their powerful strength would break through the combined forces of the 7 kings. They would even injure and kill the 7 kings. Then they would lead the army of sinners to the surface and bring disaster to the land of exile. When that time came, no one would be able to stop the gold sinner king. All humans would become food for the sinners. Chu Mu stared deeply at the giant golden cocoon. When he saw the figure inside the golden cocoon, he knew that the gold sinner king's strength was definitely very, very strong, far stronger than his own. Moreover, the figure was becoming clearer and clearer, as if it was about to break out of the cocoon. Everyone, I've brought Chumu here. I can confirm that he now has the strength of the first refinement, the Blood Butcher King quickly said. All right, let's skip the pleasantries. Young Chumu, this is the content of the 8 Saints' everlasting formation. Memorize it first and try to comprehend it as soon as possible, the mysterious king said. He took out a piece of jade and threw it to Chumu. After Chumu received the jade, he did not bother with pleasantries. He knew that time was of the essence, so he immediately released the power of his soul to receive the information within the jade. The 8 Saints' everlasting formation was a battle formation. It was a top-notch battle formation among saint-level battle formations. It required 8 people to set it up at the same time. It was best if the people setting up the formation were close to each other in terms of strength. Only then would its power reach its peak. Of course, the 7 kings were all second refinement peerless powerhouses, while Chumu had only just entered the first refinement. The difference between the first refinement and second refinement was very obvious. Even if he laid down the 8 Saints' everlasting formation, he would not be able to fully unleash the power of the battle formation. Of course, it was still better than Chumu, who was not even at the first refinement. However, there was another drawback. The 7 kings had studied the 8 Saints' everlasting formation before, and were already familiar with it. Chumu, on the other hand, had only just come into contact with it. So, he didn't have enough time to comprehend it properly. So, it was enough for him to gain a basic understanding of it. However, the 8 Saints' everlasting formation was extremely profound and mysterious. It was extremely difficult to comprehend it, and it was not that easy to comprehend it. The 7 kings were not confident that they would be able to unleash enough power in the end. They only hoped that they could successfully set up the formation and unleash a portion of its power. The Blood Slaughterer King quickly sat down and tried his best to stop the golden cocoon from absorbing the energy. He was trying his best to buy time for Chumu. In the blink of an eye, a few days had passed in this tense atmosphere. The golden cocoon pulsed once again. This time, the pulsation was unprecedentedly powerful. With a series of thumping sounds, it caused the surroundings to tremble. The 7 kings' expressions changed greatly. The figure in the golden cocoon began to move. Although it was very slow, its movements were very clear. The strength of the giant golden cocoon continued to converge into the figure, entering it bit by bit. The figure became increasingly clear. Soon after, the figure viciously grabbed at the giant golden cocoon. Amidst an ear-piercing sound, it directly tore the giant golden cocoon apart and extended an arm. The golden arm was filled with a strong sense of power, and it was filled with a sense of oppression. It's out. What a strong aura. It's at least at the 3rd refinement, and it's still getting stronger. Attack, injure it first. The 7 kings said one after another. Without holding back, they directly drew their swords. Sword light of different colors mercilessly slashed out, centered on the golden Sinner King that was about to break out of the cocoon. 7 tyrannical sword light that made Chumu's scalp tingle hit its target. The golden cocoon immediately shattered. As the light shone in all directions, a tall and strong figure appeared, standing in the center. It was as if it was standing between heaven and earth, looking up to a mountain. A soul-stirring roar was heard, and the sound waves spread out. To a certain extent, it slightly restrained the 7 sword light, causing them to pause for a moment. Then the golden Sinner King's body flashed and turned. In an instant, it shuttled out of the 7 sword light and turned into a stream of light, shooting towards one of the 7 kings. The Silver King blocked and was hit by the sword. He was sent flying. He felt his whole body trembling, as if his bones and muscles were about to break. His chest was stuffy, and his chi and blood were turbulent. The difference between the 3rd refinement and the 2nd refinement was too obvious. As time passed, the Golden Sinner King's aura became stronger and stronger, constantly approaching the peak of the third refinement. Surround it. Not daring to give the Golden Sinner King a chance to chase after the Silver King, the other 6 kings immediately attacked with their swords. The power of laws constantly fluctuated surrounding the area. However, the Golden Sinner King was not afraid to counterattack. Every strike contained a terrifying power, sending all 6 kings flying. Chu Mu seized the opportunity and attacked with his sword. The sword light was incomparably sharp and mysterious. It could not be dodged. It hit the Golden Sinner King's body, and under the eruption of the tyrannical sword chi, it immediately repelled the Golden Sinner King. However, the Golden Sinner King did not show any signs of injury. Although the sword did not injure the Golden Sinner King, it had restrained its attack, buying time for the 7 kings to recover. Set up the formation. King Xuanmiao growled and quickly moved. In the blink of an eye, the 7 kings and Chu Mu each stood in a position, forming a circle, surrounding the Golden Sinner King in the center. A mysterious aura emanated from the 8 of them, quickly connecting with each other as if they were one. It was incomparably tough. Chu Mu immediately felt his power rising, becoming more and more powerful, far exceeding what he originally possessed. This was the 8 saints' everlasting formation's support for his strength. Great! The 7 kings were pleasantly surprised. Their surprised gazes swept over Chu Mu. Originally, they thought that Chu Mu's mastery of the 8 saints' everlasting formation was already good enough. However, now that he had set it up, it was not just mastering the 8 saints' everlasting formation. It had even surpassed the small mastery and was close to Deshang's. Such talent and comprehension were truly terrifying. The Golden Sinner King attacked with both arms, instantly punching out with both fists. The golden fists were like the roar of an angry dragon, shattering the void. Such a tyrannical punch was extremely powerful. If it were any of the 7 kings, they would not be able to withstand it and would definitely be severely injured. The 8 saints' everlasting formation was activated, and the 8 of them quickly moved as if they were one. They attacked with their swords, and the sharp and powerful sword light immediately cut open the golden fists. The Golden Sinner King's eyes shone with a frightening light as its fists failed. "Humans, all of you must die." Its voice was obscure and extremely cold. It was as if it could freeze everything in an instant. The golden light on its body became even more intense, and its aura finally stabilized at the pinnacle of the 3rd refinement, infinitely close to the 4th refinement. Fortunately, it did not reach the 4th refinement. The 7 kings secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Infinitely close to the 4th refinement and truly reaching the 4th refinement were 2 different concepts. There was a clear gap in strength between the 2, and this gap was difficult to make up for. Get rid of it. The 7 kings did not find it strange that the Golden Sinner King could speak, because they already knew that the Golden Sinner King possessed great intelligence, and it was normal for it to speak the human language. The 8 saints' everlasting formation was activated, and the 7 kings and Chu Mu attacked with their swords in a rhythmic manner. The besieged Golden Sinner King could not break out of the encirclement. It could only counterattack. It had no intention of dodging. Instead, it used its incomparably strong body to withstand the sword attacks of the crowd. It seized the opportunity to counterattack with incomparable ferocity. Its power could easily destroy mountains and shatter the earth. Bang! 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 Every collision produced astonishing sounds. The caverns of the 4th floor were made of extremely pure silver stone, while the deeper levels became golden stone. The hardness of the golden stone was far greater than that of the silver stone. Even the swords of bright young powerhouses would not be able to cause much damage to the golden stone. However, at this very moment, the golden stone in the surroundings and under the feet of the Golden Sinner King was being sliced apart by the sword chi of the group and the fist force of the Golden Sinner King. Chu Mu unleashed his strength to his heart's content, using his own strength to drive the power of the 8 saints' everlasting formation. He used his sword techniques, and with the heart and sword as one, his sword was extremely accurate, striking the Golden Sinner King's body time and time again. Originally, his sword would not have been able to penetrate the Golden Sinner King's defenses, but with the support of the 8 saints' everlasting formation, the power of his sword techniques increased drastically. Every strike would break through the Golden Sinner King's tough golden skin, but the damage was limited. The 7 kings' swords could also injure the Golden Sinner King, but the damage was limited as well. Under the 8 saints' everlasting formation, everyone's strength was gathered together before being amplified to a certain extent, and it was distributed equally to everyone. The Golden Sinner King's presence was extremely powerful, suppressing the surroundings. Under normal circumstances, any one of the 7 kings would be affected by the presence, and they would probably only be able to use 70% of their strength. However, under the formation, the Golden Sinner King's presence was completely nullified, so it was useless. Even so, they could still sense the terrifying presence constantly attacking them. Fight! 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 This was a matter of life and death, as well as the lives of countless people in the 5 cities and several dozen camps on the surface. They could not afford to be careless or hesitate. Chu Mu and the 7 kings unleashed their full strength, swinging their swords without holding back at all. To the Golden Sinner King, this was a matter of life and death, as well as the future of the sinners. As a result, it unleashed all of its strength and fought back as hard as it could, fighting for a future for itself and its race. This battle had nothing to do with justice or evil. It was only a battle for the future of the race.